Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's solve some puzzles. Or at the very least, one puzzle, because some of these can take time. But let's see how we do. This is Scale Nimbus Peak by Redbeard, Captain Redbeard, a longtime contributor to the puzzle community and to the stream. He has a very unique style of escape room cryptic puzzle that usually has a bit of a crossword element to it, usually with some kind of lookup of external information. We've solved a number of these before, not all of them. We haven't quite completed the whole profile. We had play-tested some early versions of some ones that are marked here as uncleared, but there are definitely a few we haven't solved. And this was a return to Redbeard Cryptic Escape Puzzles after nearly 2 years since the last one, a year and a half, I guess. And we briefly took a look at this when it was uploaded a few days ago on our viewer level stream. Unfortunately, we did not clear it at the time, and it seems like first clear went to Major, also a highly knowledgeable and crafty maker in his own right. I wonder if he just got both of the 2 clears on this. I think he did. He probably cleared one time to see what was going on here and one time for speed. Oh, I hope I didn't spoil myself for anything there by looking at more info. I didn't really take a proper glance at the image, so hopefully that didn't give anything away. But anyway, like I said, we only took a bit of a brief initial pass through this to understand the layout, which is fairly vast, and just understand where the clues are located and get a sense of the general structure. We didn't really solve anything as such, but as is typical for streaming a puzzle, as soon as I logged off that day, I already had some ideas for how to proceed that, in hindsight, if they work, seem kind of obvious. So we'll hopefully make progress through this and get to a solution today. And sometimes these can be fairly long. I know Redbeard told me that this is on the smaller side, sort of estimated for about an hour or so. Definitely we've had some that have taken 3 or 4 hours in the past. And we'll see how we do. So we have our notepad. We started a few scrappy notes on the last stream for this level, but didn't get very far. So if this looks completely incomprehensible to you, well, let's step through the level and we'll probably have to retrace this and rewrite some of it at the very least. But this is going to be a Scale Nimbus Peak, and we're going to have the notepad open quite a bit. So, orange pipes are optional hints. That's something we picked up on as well, and we'll try to go through it a bit more systematically this time. Answers are words and phrases, as is, again, typical of the standard Redbeard puzzle structure. So let's see what we're in for. Gusty Garden Escape Room Galaxy. Okay, so this is the eventual code entry room, and we know that there will be some combination that we need to punch in. We don't know yet if the order will matter. It depends, of course, on what the mechanism is built like off screen. If it's just something like a single object that's sent across blasters that are properly aligned, then the order should not matter, but it might. So we should actually jot this down in notes. We didn't do this last time. Let me just have everything go up a little bit so I can kind of see it behind the pause screen. And the first thing we should do, just so we don't have to duck back in here all the time, is get some notes down for our solution space for the key entry. So let's do that and see what we can put in. So let's just put in all the objects in order so we know what we're doing. It's Boo, Fuzzy, Cheap, Bones, Fishbone, Goomba, Red Koopa, Mole, Muncher, and Spike Top. Let's go S Top. How about that? SP Top, so we don't mistake it with Spike. And I think that's everything here, right? 10 objects? Do we have 10? Yes, we do. So that's just so we don't need to come back here and check all the time. I guess we should have thought about using a controller that has a screenshot button as well, which I typically don't do for Mario Maker, since I'm on my Super Nintendo pad. But we will do what we can with the paper notes, and it might be a little easier to follow from an audience standpoint anyway. So let's go on. Again, we don't know if order matters, and we won't know until we try. So we know there's also another blue pipe that exits out into that initial entry room. So last time we spent a long time just traversing the entire layout to see how things were laid out. And so there's this section here that has these sequences on the left that have arrows that correlate to these ones. And we actually didn't take a proper look at the right side here at all, I think. Because we were too busy doing the top part of the layout. I actually never looked at this part here. So that... Oh yes, and so each hint, I think, is kind of associated with one set of clues. So for instance, if you come here, you see that the hint gives you an explanation of the code. Now, the level says that the hints are optional, but I don't know how optional they really are in terms of explicating things. I guess it just kind of gives you the way to decode this, like the way to read this. Where, for example, you have Muncher, Koopa Koopa Piranha, rather, and you can see that each of them kind of changes direction. Where Muncher seems to be just proceed forward, and Koopa seems to be rotate right. Piranha's rotate left. So, oh, and it gives you an initial direction too, kind of matching up with the arrows that we see on the clues on the left. We didn't see this room at all last time, actually. We just didn't explore the bottom right corner of the layout. And so each of these sequences would give you a path. I guess the path would... Okay, so we have some other objects too, like dry bones, a bomb, that are part of the code. But then I guess the path would give you something, might trace the shape, it might point to a particular destination that matters. We'll come here and take a look. So this looks like it's actually the key. This looks like, for example, if Munchers are going straight up along that line from the origin point on the ice block, then, as you can see, Munchers are kind of like this 0-degree turn, as in you don't turn, you just kind of go to the next node. And it seems like there are some that are actually 45-degree turns, which is something that we didn't see in the hint room. In the hint room, we saw the Piranhas as a left turn, and the red Koopa as a right turn. So this gives you a couple of the other objects to deal with, which, oh, in spite of the fact that we've covered the right half here and we can't really scroll this to the left half, let's try to pause and jot this down somehow. We'll have to maybe discern this through the pause menu and through my notepad here, but I'll kind of unpause here and there and unmask it to show this properly. I think it's best if we kind of denote this by degrees. So let me just see. We think that this is kind of ice cloud path. Let's just call it that. And we have Munchers kind of at 0 degrees. I think the way to do it was maybe say, you know, plus 45, plus 90, plus 115, then minus 45, minus 90, minus 115. So for example, we know minus 90 is Piranha because we saw it. We know plus 90 is the red Koopa. And we can fill in the other ones from what we see on the grid here. I think you can see through my notes on the screen. It should actually be surprisingly readable. And, okay, sure, let's let the clock run. We know we expect a couple of timeouts along the way anyway. So, for example, minus 115 on the left side, we have Drybones. Minus 45, we have Goomrat. I can never get my Goomrats and Goombuds straight. 45 is Spike Top and Babomb, like this. So if I understand this correctly, now we have a bit of a decoder for everything that we see on the left. So it seems like we have a shared origin point here. So ice is where you start tracing, and each line here kind of gives you a clue. Now we don't know if order is going to matter. So just not to get ahead of myself too much, let me just explain. So this is the clue, this second section here. We want to go back to it because this is where I had my kind of post-stream burst of insight last time. But let me just show what the ultimate object is. Obviously, we're trying to find out something that will give us the key entry to the door. Often with Redbeard puzzles, you solve a number of word puzzles and you kind of have to assemble them together for a final clue. So you have kind of multiple sub-solutions that lead you to the main solution. So we have all these words here that ultimately lead you up to this set of 5 blocks, which corresponds to a 5-letter string. So typically when we see a string of question blocks like that in the Redbeard puzzle, that's a clue. Ooh, more key doors. Interesting. I wonder if we can grab the key and instead of going to the code entry, we come here and plug it in? Or maybe in the code entry room, it just gave you a key but didn't actually give you a door. I don't know. But yeah, typically we look for strings of question blocks like that because they kind of tell you what kind of solution you're looking for, which tends to be a word. Sometimes you have to anagram it, sometimes you have to just sort of assemble it from context. But let's go back to the bottom clue because, again, last time we just spent too much time wandering the level, going from clue to clue without actually approaching any single one of them in an organized fashion. So since we know, having now looked at the bottom right corner, that here on the bottom left, this is kind of one set that goes together with this kind of solution, we should read it properly and jot down notes. So we have, let's set up a bit of a note table here again. And so I don't know if it is an order that matters, bottom to top or top to bottom. We know the first clue here is down, and it's going to be Drybones Muncher, Koopa Drybones Muncher, which means that we're going to have minus 115, 0, plus 90. We have to be careful with this because sometimes I can lose a lot of progress to just little transcription errors. Minus 115 and 0. It's kind of like the logo turtle, I think. If you're familiar with what I'm talking about, where, you know, the old programming tutorial for kids back in the 80s and 90s, where they would input commands to guide a turtle to make an illustration by just giving it turn angles and distances. I think this is exactly like that, except instead of the logo turtle, you have the Koopa Troopa and Drybones. Oh yeah, next clue is just Muncher straight up, so let me just go up. Hopefully the notepad isn't obstructing too much. I guess with all the clues on the left, I could just leave the notepad up. And here's an other up. So you know that sometimes you can have multiple paths from the same initial origin, which is interesting. Bomb is plus 115. Muncher is 0. Drybones is minus 115. Muncher is 0. Okay. We're going to time out in a moment, so let's try to jot down all the notes we can from this segment before we do. So we have one that's left here. Muncher. Piranha, Muncher, Piranha, Muncher, Piranha, Piranha. And we have one here that says right. I think that's the last one. Let's pause here for a moment. Right. That's going to be Rana Koopa. Now, I wonder if the cloud arrangement matters, because it's not really strictly according to a grid. Well, I guess it is for a few spaces, and then it starts to disperse once you get around the edges. So maybe it's just the kind of 5x5 grid here that matters when it comes to the tracing. We're going to take the time out here, and we'll just get back into this room immediately. Okay. So yeah, let me check for the key door once again, because I didn't notice that there is no door here, actually. So the idea is that once you get... Whoop, no, that's a mistake. Once you get the key, then you take it to the top left of the subworld, and then that's where you would presumably either leave the level or get into some kind of final meta clue or boss clue. We've seen one checkpoint flag so far in my previous traversal, as far as I know. It is one of the other blue pipes. I'm trying to remember which one. So we know that there is potentially a second checkpoint flag available if there is something like a second half to the puzzle. Yeah, so there's a sequence here of exit pipes. Anyway, we did see a flag. We'll show it when we get there. Let's do this first of all, since we have the notes out for it. So for example, if you have the first clue here that says, whoops, well, let's die first. That says down from the origin point. I think that since each of these clues, I don't think it will go beyond the central 5x5, so we don't even necessarily need to walk through it physically with Mario to visualize what's going on here with pathfinding. We can just kind of eyeball it and think about what shapes they make. But I'll, for the purposes of demonstration, try to jump through it and show what I'm talking about. So, for example, for the first line here, down and then minus 115, because we had a dry bones as the first one in a sequence. So the idea is that you would go down as the first step, and then minus 115 means you kind of do a back diagonal this way, so you kind of have this uptick here. And then if you keep going straight, that means that you go down and then you kind of have this big diagonal, I suppose. And then plus 90 means that you do kind of a right turn, so you've created a bit of a triangle. Did I... Wait, let me read this again. Let me just check that I... Okay, I actually made a mistake here, I think. Yeah, no, I made a mistake with the sequence. It's Muncher and then... Oh... I think I bugged it out previously. Yeah, I was sure that it said Dry Bones Muncher. And I was wondering about how, you know, they were walking around, because I remembered from the last time that I thought the Munchers were all kind of like pinning them in place because there wasn't some additional element that was buried to in each of these objects. So I think by some kind of spawning quirk, like spawning, despawning quirk, perhaps when we started on the right or something and came out of a pipe on the right, that maybe we spawned things in such a way that for some reason one of the dry bones wandered left. Because I don't think I wrote this down incorrectly. I think I actually did see that, because I remember looking at that and seeing what happened. Let me try to reproduce that behavior, actually. I'm just going to get into this pipe quickly. Yeah, because I was thinking... I was surprised that the trace that I did went all the way off grid, which is why I wanted to double check, and I'm glad I did, because for some reason we had one dry bones kind of sneak over to the left with how we were spawning things in. Oh well, a bit of an edge case behavior, I guess, depending on what angle we're coming in from. But let's swap these two. Maybe I just did transcribe it incorrectly the first time. It's going to start with a 0, and then it's going to go minus 115. So maybe that'll actually stay on grid. So okay, I'm glad I walked through this just in case it mattered. So for example, now, if the first one is 0, then you go straight down. 115 means you come back here. So this time we're actually staying on grid, I think. Because after a 90-degree turn, you would go down here. And then after another minus 115, well, you're going in this trajectory, so you would kind of uptick back this way. Is that a... not 115, 135. What am I doing? We don't know how to count. Yeah, I was thinking, that's not 115. That's not even close to 180 minus 45. Let's, for the sake of having good notes, change this. 135. Okay, that's more intuitive now. Okay, 135 rather. Okay, so 0 minus 135 plus 90 minus 135. We should just do this in radians. And then 0. Okay, so it gives you a W shape. So we should actually mark that as W. Barely fits in my notepad. So I think this does give you letters then. Oh, whoops. Which means we can easily visualize that up, and just a straight line up would just be I, right? We don't even need to trace that. In fact, yeah, we can just visualize this without really walking through it. But we'll do it anyway just to demonstrate. So for example, you know, if you have up 0, then this just gives you this shape here, just I by itself. If you're going up again, plus 135 means you turn this way. And then 0 means you keep going straight, right? So you have this shape here. Minus 35, 0. Oh, yeah, no, I see. We missed the first 0. You go 0 first. I was wondering why it felt so off angle. So this is N. And then we go left. And we have to not forget the first 0, so you have this initial 0. So we're on this line now. On this line we go 0, and then minus 90 means you go down this way. 0, minus 90 is a left turn this way. 0, whoops. Minus 90, and then minus 90. That's a G. So yeah, it probably wings. Unless there's a Wingo or something to refer to Captain Toad. But I bet this is an S, because yeah, with all the 90-degree angles here, it makes sense. If you go right, then you just go minus 90, plus 90, plus 90, and that's an S. So this is going to give you wings. So the ice cloud path solution seems to be wings. We should copy this top for the solution space. Because it seems like each section of the level corresponding to each of the hint pipes is going to give you a word like this. Okay, so let's go to the next section. So wings would mean that it's correlating to something in the solution space that has wings. I should have taken a note to see if something like the Boo had wings. We know Cheep Cheep would have wings. And so it's probably something like the Cheep Cheep, unless it's referring to some other property that we need to eventually decode. There could be some kind of additional transformation we don't know about. Okay, so Yeah, so this is the one I wanted to talk about, this section here, because I had a bit of a sudden insight. We knew from the hint room that each of the clouds are actually tracing common letters between different strings. So for example, this says coin and boo because the cloud is tracing the O's to show that all three of those are the same letter, which is O. And one thing we didn't make a note of last time is that the object that is being represented here is also depicted. So the coin is inside all of these blocks on the top left, and you've got the boo in the bottom left. We didn't pay much attention to that. And if I had, I would have realized, as I did when I logged off the other day, that we have 6 letters here which are obviously thwomp. Now, you don't have clues for some of the other ones. So you have a 6 here, you have a 7, and a 4, and a 5, and we just need to kind of trace each of the letters along tracks. So, hopefully I'm not obstructing too much here. Yeah, so let me show this once again, because we were kind of blocking this with the notes. I guess we weren't really blocking it, but yeah. So this shows that coin and boo, all three of those go together. So you know that this first one is going to be thwomp. So let's jot down some of this stuff. I shouldn't have called the previous one ice and cloud paths because this one is also a cloud path. We should just go like maybe section 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. I don't know. We don't have a good naming scheme for this, but let's say cloud tracks. And let's start a new section here in the notes. Yeah. So for the cloud tracks, we know we have thwomp, and then we have something that's 4 letters, and then something that's 7, and something that is 5. The 7, actually, I'm pretty sure the 7 is just muncher, given that it gives you the big muncher here. Why don't we try that? So it seems like we don't have objects for the other 2. So I guess by completing the other 2 words, we'll find out what they're supposed to represent. And so we just need to trace the letters one by one. So for example, we can just start on the left here. We know it's 4th letter of thwomp, which means it's going to be O. And then we'll go to the second column. And that's just going to be P. Probably open or something, but let's confirm because there would be an E in muncher, so this should take you to the E in muncher, second last letter here. Yeah, I bet it's open. And up. So this goes here, and it's 3rd letter of muncher, so yes, it is open. So now we just check the one on the right. Well, maybe the hint pipes are giving us too much, but let's see. Okay, first letter here just matches the M in muncher. Second one, whoops, we're just going to try not to die here. The second letter here is going somewhere on the left. Let's try to wait for the track to catch. Here it is. It's going to be something in thwomp. Given that the only vowel in thwomp is O, I bet it's the O, yeah. And then 3rd letter here is the U in muncher. Probably open. Well, we'll see. Open mouth, maybe? If it's supposed to be a string, if it's two independent words, it might be the case as well. If it is open mouth, this would be a T that goes to T at the head of thwomp, so let's just check it. Maybe we can finish this one before the timeout. Yeah, I bet it is mouth. So this, I bet, is the H in thwomp, because we haven't seen this go anywhere yet. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so it's... Whoops. I guess there's an H in Muncher as well. But yeah, this, if you just follow the track, it goes to H in Muncher, so that's it. And we're going to time out here in just a moment. So if just you open mouth. Well, let's just say that. So I think that probably, once again, refers to something in the solution space. We'll just have to look at the sprite art carefully. I doubt it's something, for instance, like a Muncher where it's opening and shutting its mouth. But we'll see. And so that's 2 sets of clues so far. So for example, if we come in here, so we can see Cheep Cheep definitely has wings, right? So it's, I would say, pretty likely. Do I have enough space to have this? Maybe. So let's say it's a Cheep. But then the Cheep also has an open mouth. So an open mouth would have to be something that's not redundant. I guess if you're not looking at the Boo, then the Boo does that. Like the Boo opens its mouth. The other candidate for that would be the Muncher, like I was saying. I mean, if there's something else for wing, it could also just be Cheep Cheep, but I think the wings are definitely Cheep Cheep, so I think the Boo is probably the likeliest thing here. But we should keep in mind the possibility that it's something like the Muncher instead. I mean, does the Dry Bones have an open mouth? Not really, it's just kind of nodding, right? I can't tell. Anyway, let's take the notes off for a moment and just try to proceed to the third section. There does seem to be a blue pipe that's an exit over to the on-off blocks in each section, and so that might actually be something like an entry order, maybe. Yeah, as you can see, there's 4 question blocks at the end. It seems like you have to kind of put together a sequence of 4, and you can see that it lines up in some columns. So this one would be the bottom pipe, which would be the bottom clue, and so this would be the last of the 4 question blocks, whatever's last in the sequence. So I guess we're kind of doing this in reverse right now, where I guess the clues might go top to bottom. So for example, we would move this like this. In fact, I might even organize my notes like that as well, just top to bottom, just to straighten things out a bit. We'll probably just dump the notes from last time because we should start fresh. Yeah, because if it is top to bottom, we should actually check that because it might just as easily be a scrambled order. So let's just find the next blue pipe first, which corresponds to the open mouth clue. And it is... Oh, it's actually... Yeah, no, it's second from the bottom. So it should be top to bottom, but we'll see. I guess it does clarify the order a bit. But anyway, let's continue before we burn half the clock just reaching the next location. So yeah, this one we didn't get far with previously. We saw the A, B, C, D, E. I was wondering, you know, does the block type matter? With A being hard blocks, B being bricks, C being note blocks, etc. But it doesn't seem like it does, because the only thing that matches here is note block is a C. And yeah, so last time we kind of tried to think about each of these tracks as pointing to a letter, and that's why we ended up with some jumbled nonsense. Let me see if I can find a jumbled nonsense. Yeah, so we ended up with this, and I don't think that's correct. That's giving us something that we can't really work with, but that's because we hadn't sort of incorporated the clue room as well, because the clue room was telling us something about like a numerical shift or offset, which I'll try to find and show off. Yeah, because what we saw in this room was that you have C plus 2 equals E. Well, that's a very easy sort of offset by 2. And that's very understandable. And as you can see, the block types kind of correspond as well, where here the cloud corresponds to E, note block corresponds to C. Here, though, cloud does not correspond to E, because E is made of spikes. So I think that's maybe done to underline the fact that you should not be reading each of these clouds as a predefined letter. The thing I couldn't quite sort out was, of course, what the coin was doing by floating between 2 tracks. I guess there wasn't enough room to make it a vertical track, I guess, to point to just one. I don't know if it matters that it seems to be floating between 2. And you got the arrows as well that seem to have a way of saying that maybe it's, yeah, in order A, B, C, D, E. So C plus 2 equals E is how we should think about it. So the flowers here kind of spell 2. Does that mean that this flower must also be 2? We didn't really think about that. Because let's say you have C, and then flower would be 2 and an E, but then how do you get 2 from the flower? I guess it's the second track here. So maybe... Yeah, the thing that was throwing me off was the coin, but if the flower is 2, maybe coin is in order 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have each of those being a numerical offset in alphabetical order. So let's get the notes out. And what should we call this area? We should just call it the ABCDE area, because that's at least not ambiguous. So let's say we have coin, fire flowers, super ball, master sword, and we have each of these correspond to like 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless the coin is... I think I'm paying too much attention to the coin floating between the 2 clouds here, when actually if you just kind of read it on the left side and just go 1, 2, 3, 4, that kind of makes more sense. For the coin to just denote 1. I mean, we can see if this gets you anything interesting, like a readable string. So for example, let's say we know that we start with a note block. We know that the note block should maybe be interpreted as C. And then maybe it's just a whole sequence of offsets from that point, where you have, like, for example, C plus 2. Yeah, let's just jot all of this down. So 2, and then 4, 1, and then we can just replace each of these as we go. 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, and then, so for example, if C plus 2 equals E, then the second letter would be E. And then if we're going E plus 4, that would be F, G, H, I, that would give you I. I plus 1 would give you J. J plus 2 would then give you JKL, right? L plus 3. So this would be the L. So you would have like C, E, I, J, L. L plus 3 would be M, N, O. O plus 1 would give you P. P plus 2 would give you PQR. R plus 2 would give you T. I hope that's correct. So this is obviously some kind of anagram. Unless it's a set of letters. I would assume it's an anagram, but I can't see anything off the top of my head. I do see that if you had a second I, you would have something like projectile. Oh, actually, no. Projectile only has one I. What am I talking about? Projectile. Wait, that would be 2 E's, though. So we're short by 1 E if we want to spell something like projectile. I don't know if there's something else in there. Maybe it's 2 words in there that like jet, something. It's just slightly off from something like helicopter as well. So if it's just a set of letters that you use to make a word, then the double E in projectile might be okay. I mean, I don't see any of the enemies as making a projectile, so maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, and it is a strict anagram of something else that would be there, which hopefully we can actually figure out given our usual skill set. I mean, unless it's saying something like how a Buzzy is a projectile, or a Red Koopa is a projectile. I don't know, because I feel like maybe there's an actual anagram in here that doesn't insert the additional E. And we'll have to think about that. There's also like, well, I mean project with ILE, or IL, like, I'll have to think about this. I wonder if there is an 8 in there. We actually do have a dictionary tool for that kind of thing if we want to cheat, but as in we have the dictionary bot that can do anagrams. But that wouldn't help if it's actually 2 words or... Yeah, because... You know, if you have something like a OPRT, so for example, you had something like jet. And then that didn't give you anything. This is assuming that I transcribed this correctly in the first place. Because if you have like a joltier PC, like if you have, you know, a PC that is unsafe and gives you electric shocks or something, that would be a joltier PC. Maybe... Let's see. I'm reluctant to cheat the anagram yet, but I feel like projectile is a possibility because, you know, given the structure of this kind of clue, it doesn't give you any kind of double E, but the fact that projectile doesn't seem to cleanly map to any of the available elements in the key entry makes me doubt it. We might be forcing something that's not there. I might want to go back and double check that we have read this correctly, in case we had any addition errors or something. Or just missed a letter of the alphabet that was absolutely vital. I also wondered last time already if any of this matters. Like maybe this is actually a sequence. So actually maybe it is projectile because you see how there are 2 E's here? Or 2 clouds that correspond to E? So that's the only one that has 2 clouds. Each one other than that has 1 cloud. So for example, if you have this as an order, so for example, if you had P, being this one, because we know P is 3 from the end, P, R, T. And if it's projectile, then we'd read it top to bottom, P, R, O, J, like that. And that would establish that the E is actually doubled. So it is projectile. Because you know that E, if you're reading it top to bottom, would be the last letter. That makes sense. So it totally is projectile then, I think. Something that has happened to me before on some Redbeard levels is that sometimes I just solve the anagram without having read the whole clue, and then sometimes that shortcuts some other informative piece of information. So yeah, the doubled E, I feel like we have a good way to corroborate that idea just by having the doubled cloud and the top to bottom sequence making sense. Because I was really wondering about this visual element when we saw it dangle off the other day. That makes a lot of sense. So I think we're going to commit to the idea that this is projectile. So ABCD area. The problem, again, is that we don't know what projectile means. Is it a buzzy? Maybe. We don't have anything like a bullet. The mole is not something like a rocky wrench that would throw projectiles. Maybe if you throw fish bones at somebody, the fish bone is a projectile, but in a Mario sense, that's not really the case. Yeah, here's the issue, is that a couple of these in other themes do throw projectiles. Dry Bones throws projectiles in Super Mario World. The mole, if it's a rocky wrench, it throws. So it could be Buzzy, it could also be Bones. If Buzzy doesn't work, we should try Bones here, because Dry Bones are the only thing here, I think, that actually, in their base form, does throw something in a different theme. I feel like maybe Buzzy's not corroborated so much, because if we think of a Buzzy as a projectile, why wouldn't it also just be a Koopa shell from the Koopa? So actually, you know what? Let's go Bones? Question mark. My reservation with that is that Dry Bones do not throw projectiles here in Super Mario 1. And given that, you know, why would this have to be built in Super Mario 1? I guess because the tile set is really nice for low gravity with his theme. But yeah, we should think about that, because I'm not sure what projectile would correlate to. Okay, so now it's time for the kind of mustard or word section, which we spent way too long looking at this area the other day. So this part of the notes here refers to what we had at the top of the layout. Whoops. And we'll try to find that. So yeah, so as you can see, between each pair of words, you have this thing where there's object, box, object. And some of them seem to correspond to the sequence that you see that seems to give you the final clue. I feel like all of these are clues that we have to figure out how to interpret some way in order to get to this bit, which says mustarder, which I don't think is a word, but might be a string that you have to manipulate somehow. And then it would give you 5 boxes here, each one flanked by 2 objects that corresponds to 5 letters. Maybe. Here. So the thinking was that there's something that would go in here that's a letter, but of course we were thrown off by the fact that the hint doesn't look anything like that. There's a hint here that's tucked inside this box. Let's hide the notes for a second so we can see. Tells you nude. The only thing that we could figure out the other time is that if you have nuclide, then you just erase the middle 3 letters and you get nude. We don't have that with minute. We have the N and a U and the E, so maybe it's some kind of transformation like T to D or something, but then that wouldn't account for the minute, like the MI in front. But it could also be that there's some information that we don't have about the right side, which Yeah, because the only things that we had considered so far with these sections last time was that, you know, you can have nuclide erase the middle 3 letters and give you nude, because that corresponds to the clue. I feel like this is one hint room that isn't particularly optional. The other thing that really stood out was something like Satyr, which I was initially thinking Saturday if it's a string, or Saturn if you're looking for a letter. But if it's Saturn, then we have to think about why is it that we get the N? Is it because the conveyor fills in an N? And then if it is an N, then why would you have Outlook over here as opposed to something that would say like Microsoft Outlook? But if we go with the idea that Saturn is what this is, then either the conveyor represents an N or the conveyor is some kind of operator that gives you an N. But I think the thing we should do is we should start with the one piece of information that we definitely have, which is erase 3 letters in the middle, and we should maybe find the other instances of the platform. I don't think the distance the platform covers matters. I think it's just a default placement where it's going to go back and forth. So for example, if you look at liaison over here, we actually need to go over this layout and get it all down in notes so we don't have to spend so much time jumping around. But if you look at liaison, for instance, if you erase the middle 3, you get lion. And that's a word, and that gives you something. Whoops. 17 seconds. So, yeah, let's actually... With 12 seconds, we better reset so we can come back here and just jot down all the words so we don't have to jump. And then we can actually get a sense of what the entire field here looks like. So let's just go back to the top. Okay, and then we'll get up here. And yeah, we'll just head up to the top of this section and just write everything down so we can actually see it in one place. Fuzzy, I remember Elmo was kind of somewhere in the bottom left or bottom right, and we were trying to figure out if there was some kind of thematic relationship there. So anyway, this is the mustarder room. We have... can get notes out. We'll just call it the mustarder area, perhaps. And we know that this is kind of the top solution area, but then we should jot down everything else that we have. So each of these seems to correspond to something like a step or a letter or some other kind of association that makes a chain. And if we go down, then we start to see each of the actual individual sets of clues. So we have blowback, and then it's platform to bumper, venom. Hopefully we have enough room for making a bit of a table here. Platform, venom. And down below that, we have fuzzy, and bumper conveyor, brow. Oh, yeah, okay, no, it's not just platform. We actually need to write down 2 things. We need more space. Hang on. Let's just do it by space instead of tab, and we'll align some things accordingly. Because we're tight on space. Bumper, conveyor, brow. Like an eyebrow or something, I don't know. Unibrow. Effort. Seesaw vine. Focus. Yeah, because it might be easier if I just look at this on the notepad instead of trying to look at it on the level, unless any of the placement is really critical. So you get prowl, claw, vine, XE. The XE stood out to me because I was thinking, does that imply, you know, filling in a letter, like if the vine somehow takes you to an A or something? A for autofocus? No. But we'll take a look at that in a moment. Prowl, claw, vine, XE. So liaison, which we figured might actually point to lion or something. Liaison, platform, claw, ride. Oh, that's interesting. Because if it is lion, then it would be directly associated with pride, because you'd have a pride of lions, right? So that's something we need to go back to look at. And then you have new glide, platform something, seesaw, minutes. Rave, conveyor, claw, and kindness. It does say in kindness. I didn't scroll through the whole thing, but that's what it is. And regret. Seesaw, bumper, Elmo, and past that point, you get Satyr, conveyor, vine, outlook. Okay, so the notes are a bit messy, but so anyway, we know two things. First of all, this one here somehow gave you nude, and we thought it was because you remove these three in the middle. We might be solving this on a notepad for a while instead of actually solving this in the level, because again, it just might be easier to see this way. Since otherwise you just jump around endlessly to look at exactly what we have here. So let's say, for example, that something about this gets you to remove the CLI. We don't really see a C anywhere to what's that. So it might actually just be a positional thing where you just take out the middle letters, like middle 3 or something. We know that that works with liaison because that gives you lion. And this is where it gets interesting. Because suppose it gives you lion, then we have something that is associated with a pride of lions. And so we have two different transformations that can happen. We can have liaison going to lion, and we can have pride going to lion. And so I think maybe it was the wrong idea to think about each of these objects as a path or as a letter or something like that. I think they're actually operations. As in, you know, operations that transform a string. And And that may be, by having 5 consecutive boxes, what happens is that we sort of... Yeah, I was maybe thrown off by the fact that, you know, you have 5 here that correlate to 5 here, and I was thinking each of the boxes must therefore be a letter, where each step kind of points to a letter. I don't think so, because we now know that what is actually being pointed to in the box is a word, not a letter, as we have with nude and as we may have with lion. Which tells me that this is actually a series of transformations, like a series of operations that would then get you to a 5-letter word. And so maybe we're just thrown off by the coincidence that 5 wide boxes matched up to 5 letters. But it might actually be like a word transformation. So for example, if you have mustarder here, and then you take out the middle 3, then you have mustar. Well, let's think about that. So, and also, let's just call this platform, not sideways lift, just for consistency's sake. Platform. There we go. So, if you have platform, well, we don't really need to do this in 2 columns of each of these as kind of like a subsequent operation, maybe? I don't know. But the thing is, what we don't quite know, aside from the idea about pride and lion. Yeah, so notice how the arrows are pointing here. That you have both the left side pointing to the middle box and the right side pointing to the middle box. And that is actually not the case with the sequence that we see up top, which I think actually chains the operations together. See how you don't actually have both words pointing to the same box. So the reason I say that is when you have platform to claw here, we don't actually think of the platform and claw as like a surrounding bound between this box, because you have kind of like arrow in, arrow out. Whereas down here, with all the clues, we have arrow in from the left, arrow in from the right, which tells me that they are kind of talking about 2 different transformations. And so, for example, here, if we think that liaison becomes lion, then we think about, well, what does pride do to go to lion? And it means that we can think about each of these as operations. So let's put down each of the elements again independently to see what they could be doing as transformations. Were these the only kinds? Platform, claw, conveyor, vine, seesaw, and bumper. That's right, okay. So let's figure out what each of these is doing. So let's say we have platform being erase middle 3, for instance. And we can kind of think of that as a function, where platform next to nuclide gives you nude. Platform next to the liaison gives you lion. And platform, if you have it next to mustarder, would give you muster, which doesn't make sense. It might be murder, actually. So instead of middle 3, maybe its positions 3 through 5. I like that idea better. We need to corroborate that. I guess it's just a coincidence that nuclide and liaison are both 7 letters long, and so erasing positions 3 through 5 was actually the same as just taking out the middle 3. So if we have another platform to look at, then we can try to corroborate it. So for example, if you have blowback is 8 letters, so there isn't a middle 3, there's like a middle 4, and if you could do positions 3 through 5, then you would get a word which is black. So I think it's actually positions 3 to 5. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then mustarder would give you murder. So let's actually take out each of these, because by the operation theory, you actually have 6 consecutive transformations. And we just need to figure out what they do, right? So, for example, if you have pride with a claw, then you say a pride of lions. So, pride of lions, rather. So, we can just say collective noun. And the actual function would be... Well, I don't quite know how to put it lucidly, but basically if you have like claw X, that means you have an X of Y, and then you try to figure out what Y is. So, X of Y, let's say. That gives us some interesting information, I think, because, well, first of all, yeah, so the idea that we had was black over here from blowback rather. And we know that the character Venom from Marvel's Midnight Suns, which we played earlier this year, is black in color. So Bumper might be like a color operation where Venom is black. So it is like a kind of get color function, right? We should say get color. Or color of X. Or color X. You know, whatever notation is. Most comprehensible. Let's get back up there. I'm just kind of jumping while mostly looking at my note screen to see what else we can do with this. I just want to get closer to that area, and then we'll actually just work this out on paper. Because I think we've made a pretty significant breakthrough. Yeah, so we just need to define what everything here is doing. I still think Satyr... Again, it's either Saturn or Saturday, it's something like that, because there's nothing else it could be. So we just have to correlate it with the other conveyor belts. So for example, it makes sense that if you have Satyr with N, then you have Rave with N. Actually, that totally works, because then you have an unkindness of ravens, which is a very memorable one. I bet that the murder that we saw earlier is probably like a murder of crows or something by the time you get to it, because claw is the second operation. Like if you have murder, then you kind of have crow. Now, would it be crow singular? I think it is, because we see raven singular, lion singular. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves in the notes here. So, for example, let's say that conveyor means append N. And then you would get some pretty interesting things here, because you would get brown, and so that makes sense because Fozzie is brown. So what's Fozzie's color? Bumper says get Fozzie's color, it's brown. Conveyor says append N to brown, it's brown. So we have that. Saturn. So how do we get from Outlook to Saturn as a thing? Let's get the Raven down first. And yeah, because you have Rave append N, that gives you ravens. You have unkindness. Unkindness is a collective noun, X of Y, that gives you raven. So yeah, I think the idea is that we just have to figure out what each of these operations are. So for example, we have conveyor as a third operation now, that gives you crown. So we need to figure out vine and seesaw. And we don't have either of them here so far, so... Prowl. It's a cat, right? Not a prowl of cats, but like one of the big cats. Not a pride of lions. Also, this is not a claw, so it's not some kind of word for egrets that we need. Let me just make enough space here so we can see. I think it's like a prowl of jaguars. Like jaguar. Is there something called a Jaguar XE? Because that sounds like it's like a car or something. I actually need to look this up because this happens every now and then with the Red Beer level where I actually do need to Google something that's not in our usual repertoire, I guess. Yeah, so there actually is a Jaguar XE as a car, which means that maybe Vine means like model of or something. That would make sense actually, because like I know Focus is a car. There's a Ford Focus, right? And then there's something called a Saturn Outlook. I have to look this up because I actually truly don't know cars. And yeah, there's a Saturn Outlook. So these are all cars then. So it's like a model of, and maybe it's even specifically model of car for the Vine. So then we would need to figure out how we technically figured out this way for the Ford. We then can say, I think, yeah, so model. So if you have Vine X, then X is a model of Y. X is a model of Y. So XE would be like a model of Jaguar. Focus would be a Ford. Outlook would be a Saturn. That gives us something here, actually, because if we go back to this clue that was about nuclide down here. Also, is my notepad working? Yeah, okay. If we go back to this clue about nuclide going to nude here, then we might have been on the right track with thinking that minute replaces T with D and then truncates the rest. That seems to be a very specific sort of two-step operation, though, that, again, kind of like how we were thrown off by the fact that liaison has 7 letters and nuclide has 7 letters. The coincidence that minute has 6 letters and effort has 6 letters might lead us into a very, maybe overly specific theory of what's going on here, which is supposing that Seesaw is transforming T to D for sure. T to D, but then you have a second step, which is you truncate. But then is it that you truncate the first 2 always, or that you're always reducing to the last 4, or... First 2, maybe? Yeah. First 2, or maybe you reduce it to the last 4. It's some kind of substring anyway. It's some kind of substring operation. So I think we just have to walk through it and see if it works for the master clue. And if it works for the master clue, then we would have to see if our kind of theory for the operation actually still makes sense. That gets us into a bit of a stumbling block already, because I actually have no idea who makes a car called a Crown. We have to look this up. One moment. Doesn't Bowser drive a Crown car? It's a Toyota Crown. Okay. I know nothing about cars, so we have to look this up. But again, this is typical for a Redbeard puzzle. We usually have some kind of category of object where I do need external information. But let's say this is Toyota. then Seesaw would turn this into Grogu merchandise from the Mandalorian because you have a toy Yoda. And then Bumper would mean you get color, right? So if you get color, then Yoda would give you green. And that actually fits the 5-letter clue here. So let's say it gives you green. That actually kind of makes sense, right? So let me just walk through it to verify that it matches what we have seen about the level. Let's just go back up. Yeah, mustard. So suppose that we delete positions 3 to 5, or if you index from 0, I guess it would be positions 2 to 4. And so you would have 5 transformations, right? Actually 6 transformations. Each transformation taking place on the arrow, which is how we should have read it in the first place. So this box would be murder. Second box would give you crown, whoops. And then Yoda, and then Yoda is what color? Yoda is green. So then we have green. One moment while we bring up the notes here to kind of put in the master clue, because now we have mustarder area, green, and then we need to figure out what this correlates to. Now here's the problem. None of those are green. But then I guess it's one of those things like with the projectile clue where, you know, none of those fire projectile either, but the Dry Bones has a projectile in Super Mario World, so do we have some kind of color transformation? Also, there's something going on with this door. Stars. Let me just up this. Yeah, we saw this last time. All 4 of these are stars. This seems to give you just a left-to-right order where each exit pipe corresponds to reading the clues top to bottom. Green, projectile, open mouth, wings. Maybe the star room gives you some critical piece of information about what to do with clues like the green or the projectile. Oh, we did see this room previously. And it has so many stars because it makes you invincible while you are reading. Ah, okay, no. We were thinking that each of these corresponds... Yeah, so these are all alternate forms of some of the elements that are in the solution room. Let's not get whacked by losing a star. So this is interesting because... Well, what would Wendy be doing here, though? So the way I was thinking about this is that... And I don't know what the one-up mushroom is doing here either. That's the thing. Or the pokey. I was thinking that if you have this grid, right? Then this grid might correlate to differences from the code entry. So for example, Boo has wings here. And that's different from the Boo that we saw in the key entry room. That doesn't seem to work though, because Red Koopa also has wings here, and that's also different from the key entry room. But I was thinking... Oh, actually everybody on the right side has wings. They all have wings. Oh, maybe we need to find something that matches all 4 properties. So we have green, projectile, open mouth, and wings. So maybe we're not supposed to punch in 4 different elements? I don't know. Green, projectile, open mouth, and wings. Spike throws a projectile. Spike doesn't have an open mouth though, does he? Yeah, I guess he does because he's spitting. Green, projectile, open mouth, and wings. Then this also is green, has a projectile and an open mouth and wings. I guess if you look at this Spike sprite, like he's kind of taking it out of his mouth. Not really. Anyway, it would have to be something with a projectile, right? Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the decryption room, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to give us 4 different answers. Or 1 answer. So, hang on. Because it seems to make sense to me that we would have 4 different things to punch in order. That we would need to punch in something green, something with a projectile, something with an open mouth, something with wings. But that doesn't take into account this whole clue here, where everything popped a star. And maybe it's saying it's a star because, like, you have to transform something green, like you see in a star room. Yeah, because the fact that there's nothing in the solution room that is green, and technically nothing that has projectile, makes me rethink. So we need to figure out how to read that grid. But we seem to have made pretty significant progress. So the initial idea about what green projectile open mouth wings does might be totally wrong. I was wondering why this checkpoint was here. Now we know, because if you die here, you don't want to have to scramble all the way back. Just letting stars expire. So, are we looking at the intersection of all 4 properties? That's the thing. We have 12 different objects that are possible here. There are only some. Maybe there are multiple solutions in this room. So, for example, we have Spike. Green. He kind of opens his mouth to pick up the ball, right? Or to get the Spike ball going. Green open mouth projectile wings. Piranha. Green open mouth projectile wings. But neither of those are in the solution space that we have, right? So we need to figure out how that actually correlates. You got the star here, you got these all containing stars. This is telling me something about how to read the way that we get from our clue step to whatever this is. Also, it just occurred to me that we didn't even look at the Elmo clue. Let me take a look at this. I mean, we already solved this part, so we don't need it, but we can kind of verify that it works. Yeah, Egret, Seesaw, Bumper, Elmo. What does Seesaw do again? It's replace... Ah, okay, so this is a string with a seesaw that is not actually 6 letters. So I think it must be delete first 2 positions, because this would actually give you red, and Elmo is red. So this clue actually adds a sort of extra layer of redundancy to confirm that seesaw means delete first 2, not leave last 4. Although they're functionally the same for everything else we see, like effort and Toyota, for that matter. And the other one, minute, I think it was. Okay, anyway, with that distraction out of the way, we need to think about this. So how do we get from this, using this particular key room, to our solution space? How do we go to our solution space? That's the thing. We have 12 objects here. It doesn't correlate to the 10 possible ones that we see elsewhere. There are some that have nothing to do with our solution space, like the boss characters in the Poke. It may just be... Oh, maybe we just need to find the 4 objects here that do belong in the clue room, and then green projectile open mouth wings actually just gives us the order. So, for example, we know that Cheap is here. Now, the question is, does Rocky Wrench count as a mole? Or does he not? Cheap, Spike Top, Boo, Koopa are definitely here. And all of them are kind of I'm not sure because like Blue Spike Top is an alternate form in the same way that Rocky Wrench is an alternate form. So I don't know if that counts. But for example, if you think about those 4 elements, then you have the Boo as having wings. And Rocky Wrench is having a projectile. So that would be like a difference between the elements in this room. And, okay, so let's, we need to call this room something. We need to call it the star room, I suppose. So we have 12 objects here. We need to find the ones that actually correlate to the objects that are in the key entry room. And so far we pointed out Koopa, Boo, Spike Top, Mole, Cheep. That's 5 elements. And we need to eliminate one of them, basically. Koopa, Cheep, Boo, Spike Top, Mole. Now, the thing is, we have 5 elements to work with, and 4 things that we need to do. Green projectile, open mouth, wings that look like they're differences. Like, for example, Boo has wings here. Boo does not have wings in the other room. Koopa is still red here, also has wings. The Cheep is green here, but a Cheep is red in the other room. So, for example, yeah, we need to erase this stuff, by the way, because this is almost certainly wrong now. But then we have 5 elements that might work, because once again, we know that red Koopa correlates to... well, no, red Koopa is just red Koopa. It's red in the other room too. But blue Spike Top is kind of an alternate form of red Spike Top, for instance. And has wings here. And Rocky Wrench is an alternate form of the mole, but I don't know if that's maybe too much of a stretch. Also, how do we kill something? Did we just kill something? Oh, I know what happened. It's the Mecha Missile. The Mecha Missile actually knocked down the Koopa. Yeah, the Mecha Missile eliminated the Koopa, so we can't see it. Let's go back in this room and reload it, so we can see what's going on. Not that you can really see it under the notepad anyway, I guess, if it's on the right side. But wait, let's look at this again. Because here... Well, let's jump on top and let's see if there's anything else. Nothing else. Okay. So here, basically, you have first element, and then... Yeah, 4 pipes. 4 pipes gives you 4 things here. Where does this door go, actually? We didn't... Look at this. Oh yeah, this door is the one that takes you back to start. We don't want to come here yet. We want to... come back up first to decode this. So, so far I think that we're looking for things like differences. Notice that the Rocky Wrench does not have wings. But then not everything is green either, so... Maybe this is again a series of transformations where we need to eliminate. Like every time maybe we need to eliminate something. So maybe we have to eliminate things sequentially rather than including them sequentially. But I don't know, that doesn't work either because the Boos are never going to be green. The Spike Top is never going to be green. Because I feel like we have 5 candidates that we're supposed to have narrowed it down to 4 at this point. Essentially. So we know Cheep Cheep has wings, we know boo. Oh, okay. Maybe we find the intersection of all 4 green projectile open mouth wings, and that eliminates one of the 5 possible candidates. That doesn't make sense either, because none of those all work together. Green projectile open mouth and wings. I mean, we see... also, if you look at this, there's a bit of a grid here, where, for example, the bottom 3 all are projectiles. The right side column all has wings. So it could be that the properties are actually coordinates. So, for example, projectiles... Well, I mean, a cannon is also projectile. That doesn't seem to work. But the center column, yeah, everything in the center column also makes a projectile, as you can see. So maybe, yeah, once again, we need to isolate some kind of intersection. So green makes a certain shape. It might be letters, actually. It might be letters. Let's look at everything green. Let's look at everything green. Green gives you like an F. Projectiles give you an upside down T. Actually, no, because you have projectiles on top. It's I. I bet it's something like fish. I bet it's fish. Because, okay, I think I get it. We have to look for the letter shape that is made by each of these clues. A green projectile, open mouth, wings. And so maybe the key entry actually isn't multiple elements. Maybe it's just one element, where the only thing we do is punch into fish. So the way I'm looking at it is this. If you look at everything green, it gives you the letter F. So let's get rid of this. Green gives you F. Projectile gives you I. I bet if we look for everything with an open mouth, it would give you something like an S shape. Everything that opens its mouth. Maybe. It seems a little difficult to see. I guess, yeah, because wrench doesn't open its mouth. Spike top obviously doesn't open its mouth. Does the hammer open its mouth? I guess it kind of does. It's a very fine detail of its sprite and animation. I'm just kind of corroborating that maybe this does mean S, and of course Lemmy just had to die on us there, just as we were looking at this. And we should corroborate whether everything with wings matches an H shape, and I think it will. So the code entry might actually just be a single element. It might just be the fish. It might just be Cheep Cheep by itself. Because S and then wings would make it H. In fact, we'll just reload Lemmy into this room just to double check. It's surprising to me that the code entry would just be one single element. That seems almost too easy to brute force, but I guess you would have to know that it's only one element. But yeah, if you look at everything with wings, then you have the middle column here, and it actually does make an H shape. So it is definitely fish, and so we'll... Oh, did I not have the notepad? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I just jotted down. So yeah, green is F, projectile is I, open mouth is S, wings is H. Those are the shapes that have been made. So we're going to go back to the key room and we're going to try it out. We're just going to try hitting only the fish, and then we'll try to grab the key from there, if that's the case. It may or may not work. We'll hit the P switch for the key. Unless there's... Oh, actually, no. Fish bones would also work, right? So if the clue is fish, then maybe the code is Cheep Cheep and fish bones. Unless the key entry is only fishbone. But I think it's anything that is a fish. So our theory is going to be that the code entry is Cheep Cheep and fishbone. And we'll see if this works in just a moment. We're about to find out. That did not give us the key. Oh, yes, it did give us the key. Okay. All right, so it does work. So the entry, yeah, so the answer actually is Cheep Cheep and Fishbone. The code. Okay, now let's exit and let's see if there's some kind of final clue past checkpoint 2 or if it's just the exit. It might just be the exit. I was told this was comparatively a shorter one. And so we'll need to make our way up. All the way. And see where that leads. We probably don't have enough time for a second big escape room today, but we might be early enough into the stream that it might dial up some additional puzzles. We've had tons of codes sitting around for quite some time, so... we will see. So we know that it's in the top left, wasn't it? That we have the key entry. Which gets us ever higher and higher over here. Yeah, I'm not going to reach that, so we will go up, and then maybe it takes us up through an exit pipe up top, and it looks like it will. Well, we can try to see if we can break Major's minute record for this. I kind of doubt it, because it seems like it's probably optimized. We can also see if we can jump over to the doors on the other side. I don't know if we can make it. In case they're not just decorative. Oh, there we go. Let's take a look. They're just decorative. Okay, that's fine. Is there something on the left here? Oh yeah, that was just a 50 coin. Okay. In that case, let's... oh. Grab the top of the flag, and that is it for that puzzle. Yeah, you would need to speed through pretty quickly or hit the door that is at the front, perhaps, to do a quick climb. I don't know if we can beat Major's time on this, but we'll try it. Okay. Fishbone. And let's just hit the P as soon as we can. Yeah, because the P is gated down below as well. And, you know, you can maybe make a minor optimization by dropping sort of donuts quickly. I'm not in any sense a speedrunner, so we'll probably not hit the world record here, but it seems like Major's time wasn't too far off from just the make or clear time either, so... oh, also, having these carry you up would have been highly beneficial for speed if you knew what you were doing. Yeah, I don't think we'll get any kind of record here, but let's just make our way up. Maybe a bit of conveyor momentum would help. Oh. That was already not great. Should have made use of things like the bumpers. Okay. Let's get in here. I don't think we'll make it. Oh, no. Hang on. It's not the flag yet. Let's not mess that up. So we took about 95 seconds. Yeah, no, that's going to be a little ways off. Maybe that's a record. Who knows? World record. There we go. And yeah, welcome 1K Man. We were working on that one for quite some time. It says 4 clears, but we're actually the second ones to clear it after Major got it. This was actually pretty relaxed by Redbeard standards. And yeah, the main holdup, I think, for this one... Well, there were a few that led us astray for a little bit, I think. One of the ones that definitely was a bit unclear to me was the Seesaw clue as to transformation. And of course, with Divine Clue, we had to look up all of the cars because I don't know any car models, really. And so we did have to resort to some external information for that one. But the main sort of ambiguity was maybe what to do with the minute transformation, because it's kind of a two-step transformation, right? Like you have the letter transformation and the truncation. And I guess it gives you enough redundant information between the efforts and the minutes and the aigrette to eventually get you there, but I think I had some doubts that a two-stage operation like that actually would be the solution, when it sometimes feels like we're kind of forcing a solution by thinking about it, something that convoluted. The other clues were quite nicely assembled, though. Once we saw the visual clue for how to account for the doubled E in projectile, that came together quickly. The cloud tracks were the easiest one, I think, and the one that, again, I was maybe just one step shy of visualizing last time we looked at this. And thank you for the GG Netcat as well. And yeah, once we actually saw the clue for the paths in the bottom section, we got it that quickly. I just didn't even read the full grid for that last time we saw this level, so all in all, pretty satisfying. I don't think we'll do another full-scale escape room today, but we might dial up another puzzle, so just give me a moment and we'll try to bring something up somewhere in my massive pile of codes and make this some sort of puzzle double feature. I do have something in mind. I don't know how long it will take, but we will check it. Just give me one moment here. And I have to go through my code pile to see how this works and how feasible this is. And also change the stream title afterwards as well, I should remember. Okay, let me find this. I have months and months of puzzles to catch up on at this point, but this one... I'll bring this out in just a moment. And, okay, here we go. So, Marco Polo, whom we've seen before in probably one of the MMCs, yeah, 8MMC Levitation Station. I saw that recently he had uploaded a miniature super world of connected puzzles called the Coin Stash. As you can see, some of these have been widely played, some of them have not, and that some of these have clearly been re-uploaded, and why they're out of sequence, but that this is clearly what the super world is. It's 6 levels. 6 levels? Yeah, 6. So it's 6 levels in a sequence of puzzles, and last re-uploaded at the end of March. So this is a very new series. We don't know what this is all about at all. I'll just read a description, but we'll actually play it in the Super World format. And I'm also going to change my stream information to do that. Just to indicate to everyone what we're actually doing. I'll put in his maker code here. If I can just bring it up for a moment. Okay, should be in the title now. And I'll put it in the chat too, just for extra clarity. And yeah, we'll just play it in the Super World format, and we'll see what it is. I want to read the descriptions first, though, just in case they're relevant. We won't remember it, but we'll record it. The Mario Brothers heard whispers of hidden vaults filled with coins. And in part 2, you get the same thing, and I think it's actually just the same for all 6 parts. This one has a 16-minute record on it, not many clears, so maybe we'll hit some unknown territory. This one has a 49-minute clear on it, with 6 clears registered here. Zamora, who we also have known from some other puzzle projects before, I think. I kind of wonder who has cleared the series here. Not many people on this, I guess. I mean, you know that if they got through 6, then anybody who got through the Super World would also have gotten through 6. Oh, I guess maybe there are a few clears on some of the top ones because they were the re-uploads. Yeah, so let's see it. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing. As I said, we have no idea what we're in for in terms of complexity. But we might as well see what this is. So, Coin Stash, Part 1. P-Balloon, and then there's a pink coin collection. There's also a P-Switch over there. I guess, oh, I see. No, I see what you mean. We have to use the P-Balloon to create a staircase. And we create a staircase such that when we lose the P-Balloon by stepping on the P, then we go up the staircase and get back up to the top. So we need to make one that's kind of nice and neat and gives us lots of room for jumping. And you got 10 coins, maybe for 10 separate rooms or parts here. But we just need to make sure that we create something that is, you know, traversable. And traversable quickly. This should do it. And then we just go like this and go through. Interesting concept. I guess it'll get more complex from there. And yeah, we have some checkpoint cycling here. Forced coin before checkpoint tells me there's an anti-key death. And we have each rooms in sequence. We'll just do it in sequence just for ease of tracking. So room 1. So yeah, we have to basically create a path that will get us through quickly enough. Again, if you take damage, why wouldn't you just run across while you're still in a... Oh, no, that's why. Because you have to go around and clear the other side first. And there are coins that are buried under the... grinders. So yeah, you can't just run across and grab all that. You actually do need to create a full passage. But then what we should do then is create a quick drop. And after having created a quick drop, we got a cross, because we'll still be tall, you have to remember. And then what we want to do is maybe create space this way. And then go like this. And then just make sure we've got lots of room to work with. Now, here's the issue, is that we need to navigate back carefully so we don't eliminate too much of our own handiwork. And hopefully this gets us there quickly enough. We'll clean up some of this corner too so we have a little bit more room to fall down. Okay. And here you go. Natcat, will I still be streaming Mario Maker even after Switch 2 is released? Yes, I will. I don't know if we'll be doing it the first weekend or two necessarily, because, you know, it depends on how much we have our hands full with Mario Kart, for one thing. Or, for that matter, the Switch 2 Welcome Tour. But we will still be going back to Mario Maker on a fairly regular basis. Actually, one thing I want to do with Mario Maker is we need to make sure that certain glitches or edge case mechanics actually still work on the Switch 2 with the increased processing power, especially things like delay detectors, lag detectors, other things that are, weird state switch mechanisms. I mean, I think the Mario Maker engine should technically still process those in sequence. But definitely other mechanics, like people creating lag machines and such, that would be affected by CPU and RAM. So, anyway, I was totally not paying attention to this room, and we might have blown it already. We hit the P-switch. How does that get us to the on-off? There's a P block that's under the bomb. So when you hit the P-switch, you actually create a path that has to go to red block. So we shouldn't have eliminated too much here. Let's... Oh, and there's also a P door. We actually have to go to the P door, not to the pipe. So what we should do, in fact, is create a landing zone here. And then we have to create a staircase that goes up here, except... Yeah, the best way to do that maybe is... We'll go around this way to create the staircase. So when you come down here, like this will be where you drop. You have something to stand on, and then you can go up from there. Let's see. Because we need to create a way to get up, essentially. And we want to usually leave areas that are 2 blocks thick so we don't accidentally hit the turn blocks from below, as things may happen. So we need here a way to drop down quickly. That's easy enough to do, I think. We just drop down quickly and then take the steps over, and then we fall down to the P block. So let's eliminate this. Yeah, very unique, actually. We haven't seen, a really comprehensive exploration of this mechanic. Or with this kind of puzzle layout, rather, when you, build the solution. I kind of like the flexibility of puzzles like this, where you have to build what you're doing. And that, while we're not, by any means, optimizing our path through this, it would be fun to theorize about how to do that. I mean, this must have been a challenging clear check as well. You really do need to have a very exact idea of the path you want for a clear check. Now, here, we need to turn into Super Mario. We need to loop through the right side, and we need to carry a spring all the way to the left side and jump on it. Whoop, let's not get whipped yet. So we need to create a path safely. Once we hit the P-switch, we run across. And then we actually needed a staircase going up. Whoa, that was close. Nope. Okay. That's a problem. Except, it's okay if we're small, I think. So we should be fine. No, it's not okay if we're small because there's a saw blade check. It's not okay. We actually do need to retain a mushroom. Natcat, you saw your mod play this one. Interesting. I'm not sure which mod. But, yeah, the first level in this sequence has a ton of plays on it. It is a sequence of 6 levels, and the 6th one doesn't have that many clears. So, well, this is new territory. We were looking at room 3, right? No, we had 3 coins already. Yeah, that's because the first coin is the forced coin. Oh, we had not seen this. Oh, this is in the other room, that's why. I swapped rooms after the checkpoint. That's okay, we'll just grab this coin anyway and totally lose track of where we are. Actually, no, let's just do it in sequence. I am totally going to lose track otherwise. Okay, no, this room is past a checkpoint cycle, so we cycle back to the first room, and then, yeah, this is rooms 1, 2, and 3, because we see that the coins have already been taken, as the visual indicator here, so. pretty well set up. As a bit of a memo for what we've done. Okay, so we need to not get whipped by the fire bar when we're actually creating the path, so let's just be careful with that. Do I plan to stream Donkey Kong Bonanza? Very likely. Very, very likely, I would say. There are a few games upcoming for Switch 2 that I would say are very high priority. For us, DK is definitely up there. Silk Song, if it actually does get delivered as promised, would be there. Metroid Prime 4 as well. Other things we'll try to fit in as we can, but in terms of the Switch 2 calendar, there are a few things that we would definitely shove aside some time to run, let's just say. I'm thinking that because I am going to get a unit on launch day, that we will actually probably show off the welcome tour. I am legitimately interested in it. And we may also return to Tears of the Kingdom at some point as well, since I still have a lot of unfinished business left over from after I cleared the main game 2 years ago. And then afterwards finally picked up the paraglider after 400 hours. We actually still have tons of quests to do. We only finished about 2/3 of the optional quests, and so there's tons of content we haven't seen. So it may make sense to go back to Tears of the Kingdom if we have the time to do so. Silk Song will not be a Switch 2 exclusive. It is coming out on Switch 1, but it is, again, a major, major priority for us when it does come out. Like, we would shove other things aside for it, for sure. This is going to be another state switch over here with the Muncher dropping on the bomb. And then that would also be part of the key collection, I guess, if it's based on the bomb dying. Now, Yoshi here... Oh, no, maybe not. We actually need Yoshi perhaps to be in a position to ignite the bomb. No? Yes. So we actually need Yoshi to come back to this pipe, and we jump up to the arrow and we fire. That then activates the on-off switch. The on-off switch... Well, we would still have Yoshi, so at that point, what would happen is we fall down with Yoshi and jump off Yoshi to get to the key door. That's how it's going to work. Trouble is, after hitting the P-switch, how do we get across to Yoshi? Do we have enough room to actually make this jump? I think maybe eliminating those coins was a mistake. We might have wanted to go up some steps and then made a big jump across, but... if we can make the gap, then we can make the gap. Let's see here. No, this is a problem because we needed Yoshi to have enough room to proceed. I think this attempt on this room is a bust already. We just eliminated too many coins. Because basically we need Yoshi to have a path. This doesn't give him nearly enough headroom. We need a path that would allow him to jump over to this side and get up to the pipe here. If we hit the P-switch, do we have enough room to jump across? We are about to find out. Yeah, okay, we can do it. Oh, no, I was just a little late. I hesitated a bit. I was wondering if Yoshi would actually have enough uptime to do that. We had the path, we just backed out at the last moment and should not have done so. But that was correct. We did understand how this was going to go. So yeah, we need to create a path over here. We just need to create enough headroom for jumps. It's okay if Yoshi kind of falls towards this. Because I was wondering if the bomb would actually ignite quickly enough for Yoshi to fall off here and give me the jump. And it does, we just didn't really have a clear idea of it at first. So let's, again, give Yoshi a little bit of headroom for jumping. And we need a little bit of room here for landing. Like that. And I think that should give us plenty to work with. Actually, no, we just need to go across this way. Oh, we're going to be a little bit too late this time. Once again, just slightly too late, actually. Yeah, actually, the bomb ignition is pretty much instant. It is sooner than I think it is. We just executed poorly out of time. We don't need that top layer, by the way, above Yoshi. We aren't jumping off of the top layer anyway. We can just take it out and give him lots of headroom. As long as we have enough room to climb on this side. And kind of fall in this way, because we know we can make this jump across in both directions. But it might even make sense just to eliminate all this stuff, because we will not need it. We need to be fairly quick about this, though. Nope. Bad jump over there. I kind of shied away from the blue block there. That was a bit of a mistake. We should have just gone down all the way and jumped from the bottom. Okay. Let's moment. Now, I'm already seeing that conceptually these take long enough that maybe I will not get through the whole 6-level sequence today. If the other coin stash levels are like this and are even more cerebral in the solution finding. So, for example, there's a lot you can do where, you require Mario to have to spin jump and stomp through blocks and such. And there are lots of things that you can do to make this solution space feel very flexible that we haven't even thought about. And so if the later entries in this series are more difficult, we might not actually get through all of it. Oh, I bumped my head. No, I was trying to jump off of that corner and then didn't expect that we would bump. So this is purely an execution failure room at the moment. Yeah, let's just leave some more room in general. Yeah, this must have been a bit of an effort to clear check on time, unless you're really quite good at flying through all of it, but as I guess you would be as the maker if you have been staring at it for that long. But anyway, we are finally going to get this exit here. And then I think that does it for the first half. So let's go through this side. Okay. You need the P-switch to be active in order to get to the door. We want to be really careful so we have enough jumping space, essentially. We also need a good way to fall on this side, so hit the P-switch and then fall down and then jump over. When we jump over, then we need a way to actually continue. So you need a pretty good estimate of how Mario is going to jump, essentially. Do a bit of a wraparound like this. Might as well minimize this a bit. Shave this just a little bit. And yeah, create a bit of a better landing zone, perhaps. And we'll see if we can be quick enough. Hopefully in later puzzles, the platforming requirement is not too strict in terms of timing. Oh, what? Too much of a ceiling there. We need to go a bit lower than that. And PBCo, welcome. Yeah, I won't be staying long enough today to have the queue running, but if you're sending me a PuzzleCon, I'm going to get that jotted down, I think, and we'll make sure we try to steal that in. I still run the viewer queue on weekends pretty regularly. But welcome anyway. Yeah, because we're kind of doing this as a Super World sequence of puzzles right now, and so it'll take us some time. But I'll be quite happy to jot down your code and look at it at some point. Okay, so let's do a little better at creating space this time. We don't really need to do that whole wraparound thing as long as we maybe leave some room. But not so much room that we have headroom problems on the jump out the top. So let's do this. Maybe a little bit better. Okay, good. Enough headroom that time. Then let's get back up to the other side and see this one. Okay, the bomb and the muncher. So all those munchers are going to drop. But if you hit the POW, then you eliminate all the munchers. However, if you hit the POW too early, then you eliminate the bomb. You can't do that. So what you have to do is you have to create a passageway for the munchers to fall. After you hit the P, you need to make your way to the POW. Now, that could be a little tricky because you would want something like a staircase here. You want the munchers to drop out completely here. You want the other ones to give you enough room to jump up here on that side. So we need to be careful not to accidentally hit our head against any of the blocks as well, I guess. So for example, if you create something like this, then you can run across and get up to the POW. Because, yeah, the thing is you can't kill the bomb with the POW. That's the constraint here. Okay, there we go. Pretty much as we calculated. It's just a matter of, you know, calculating the jumps properly, I think, and leaving enough room. Because we sometimes don't have a very exact idea where Mario will go. Luckily, you don't need to be too precise, at least in the first of the series here. So here, once again, the POW has to be hit after the bomb has been activated. After the bomb has been activated, you also need to get the key. And you need to do it in a quick enough sequence. Well, let's take a look. So let's say we hit the P switch. P switch is going to activate it on off. And then we go POW first, or we go... Yeah, the other thing about the POW is that the POW would drop coins. And so we would want to activate it nice and early while the coins are still transformed into blocks. But we would need some kind of zigzag pattern to take us up, I think. So, for example, let's say we leave some room here. And we have the P passage. P gets us over to the POW. POW then gets us up here. And then you continue from there. So hopefully we have enough time on the P-switch to do this all. Oh, didn't think about... Yeah, no, you actually need to whack the munchers directly with the POW because you need to unstack both of them. So you need to carry them the whole way. VO2, welcome. Big shout out for bringing in such a big party with you from another Maker 2 stream. And Pitch Shifter, you're saying from the shadow we raid, yeah. If you happen to recommend us, Pitch Shifter, thank you for doing so as well. We finished a Cryptic Escape Room earlier today, the one that we kind of started on viewer levels last weekend, and so we're doing another set of puzzles right now, which is a series of coin puzzles called the Coin Stash that's in a set of 6 in the Super World. And Fuzzy Pickles and Go2, welcome as well. Fuzzy Pickles as in the Earthbound photograph, I assume. Okay, so we need to create this passage here. Oh, we eliminated way too much already. Let's create this. Then we'll get a passage down here. And let's actually give ourselves enough room this time to pick up the POW. Pick up the POW, jump up here. Again, we need to carry the POW all the way. Grab the key. And then the POW needs to be thrown directly. Let's give ourselves just a little bit more room. Just to avoid trouble. So yeah, I hope you had a good Maker stream over there. Let me know if you were doing viewer levels or anything else fun. It's going to be a problem. Oh, that's a problem. We need to not take damage like that because there is a mushroom check. So we actually just stood too close to the muncher there at the end. But we have the sequence. We just need to execute it. So yeah, for those new to the stream, we do run Mario Maker pretty frequently here. Often viewer levels about once a week. We used to do a lot more of this, where we would just run all puzzle streams and really take all the time we need. But this is one of the first ones we've done this year, actually, so it's been a while. Okay. Again, we need to not hit our head so much on the way back up. Let's make a little bit of room for the back and forth. Maybe create a little bit more space on the way up as well. Just to make the execution a little bit easier. Yeah, it's just 6 levels in this puzzle set. It's 6 connected puzzles. We're still on the first one. They all have something to do with coins. And I have the code in both the chat and in my stream title currently. Okay, there we go. Almost out of here, though. Today was more of a grind day where you don't set a time limit on the levels you play. Yeah, it's useful, I think. There's a lot of kinds of levels, particularly with the people who have stuck around long enough to still turn out new levels and submit them to viewer streams, that need a good bit of patience to be properly appreciated, I think. So I don't set a formal time limit on my viewer levels sessions either, but then sometimes, you know, we do need to get through a whole pile. So it's kind of nice just to take a day every now and then to really focus on a few that you are motivated to push through, as you know. So anyway, that's Coin Stash number 1. Let's go to number 2. But But yeah, I like to take my time. And the first level that we did today took a little under 2 hours, I think. But again, it's a cryptic escape room, and so we just had tons of note-taking time. So it kind of looked like this. Let me show you. Just, you know, slowly piecing together the whole solution. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. Oh yes, let's go to the next one. Okay, so this is now with poison. Same concept, now with poison. And let me just take a look here. Yeah, just one moment. Okay. The POW, when we hit it, is going to drop coins, so we obviously need to hit the P-switch first. Then we come back to... Actually, no, we need to grab the POW. That's why, because we need to set the POW down under the pipe, because then it gives us the exit. So we need to make sure we have enough room to actually grab the POW by standing next to it. Let's create a bottom passage first, because we know we are unlikely to need that. So we'll do this first. Then we need to create a little bit of space for landing further. We know that we will need this column open, but we need something to stand on here. Because, again, we need to be able to drop the POW. I feel like we stand right next to this, then we drop the POW, then we can drop it in a slot. And so we can do that. Let me just make it a little bit more headroom here. Because then we can jump over to this side. And then we'll make sure we have a bit of a staircase. Now here, we just need to be careful about jumping across. Oh, that's already eliminating a little too much. That's okay, we can just kind of drop off of the POW and then... As long as we have a platform to stand on here to pick it up. This might be a bit of a problem. I feel like I haven't left myself enough room to actually jump across to the other side. That's okay. What we will do is we'll just get rid of all of this. And we will create this. I think that should work. And yeah, feel too, you're going to lurk, but you have to head to bed. Got some driving to do in the morning. Yeah, drive safely when you get to it. And thank you again for the raid. Okay. And out. Okay, so let's see here. We will just take one room at a time as before. Alright, we have a Buzzy helmet. That's interesting. We need the Buzzy helmet in order to punch through the Muncher, so we need to create a path that will let us do that. I think we can safely eliminate this because after we hit the P-switch, we need to jump out through the top. After we jump out through the top, we want to drop down to the bottom. We need a way to get up here. Once we have the Buzzy hat, we'll just create a passage. Jump through with the Buzzy hat. Go right, just drop down, I think. And then we want to just create enough of a path here. Let's just open up a bit more space. That will get us over to the Muncher side. That looks relatively comfortable. Okay. Yes, and then we lose the helmet at what is typically the mushroom check, or was the mushroom check in a previous series. Okay. So, yeah, we're allowed to take a little more damage, I suppose, because we get the mushroom at the end for the mushroom check on the other side. Once we have the P-balloon, let's take a look at this. The P-switch, once again, toggles the bomb. The bomb gets us over to P-switch. Oh, a second P-switch. So we go to the first P-switch, then we have to sustain the second P-switch. And then that gets us to POW, which then drops the Muncher. The reason we get the mushroom at the end is because the icicle inflicts a second point of damage, which takes us from Big Mario to small. And then, so we need to create a passage that goes all the way back up top. Okay, we can do that. Let's just make sure we have platforms to stand on. And then, so we need to create a staircase going up this way. And then we need to create passage going this way for when we are small. It may in fact make sense to take out this bit as well, just so we have a faster passageway on the way out. So here, we would just fall in like that. And hit the second, oh, and then we would need a way back down, which we'll have if we do this. Look how flexible this is. Build your own solution. Okay. We've got lots of time, actually. Except, well, yeah, it's a P door, so that is timed. Okay, that went pretty smoothly. We'll probably hit timeout before finishing the next part of the solution here. We'll see what we can do. Here, we need the bomb to activate to blow that up, and then we need to... well, just walk all the way back, I guess. And get within range of jumping towards it. I mean, here we just have to run across. I wonder about these tracks. And yeah, I mean, we can just fall back in. 53 seconds here. So let's just hug the wall here just to give ourselves a little bit more room for jumping. Can we do this in 40 seconds? I think we can. Not if we do that, we can't. Whoa. Yeah, hitting that single block actually blew this whole attempt here. Yeah. We had to be careful with the turn blocks. Because just an accidental bump like that, if it's eliminating a critical position, does get us into a little bit of trouble. This bit seems simple, though. Too bad, we were close to beating that timer, too. Let's make sure we have enough space to work with here. We do need a bit of a running start, though, so we don't want to eliminate too much. Maybe lop off this top corner here. Just in case. should give us time. Oh, there we go. Almost missed that jump. I mean, we did miss the first jump, but we still made it in time. Okay. So, Bob-omb is going to open up a passage to get the key, but that's if we spin jump on top of the Spinies. Also, this is another one that's going to take 2 P-switches. On-off switch is going to open up the second P-switch on the left, so basically we need to maybe take the time to grab the key after the on-off activation, and then come back to the bottom corner to hit the second P-switch to get a clean run here. Now we need to make sure we actually have a platform for the door, so let's hug the left here. Ooh, actually, that's going to be a bit of a zigzag, I guess. We have to be very, very careful here because we can't... Well, actually, yeah, you can always stand on the side, but I feel like that's going to be a problem. We didn't do that very elegantly here. Okay, so after hitting the first P-switch, we're going to essentially fall in this way. Let's open this up for a moment. So the second P-switch is going to take us to the right, then we'll open up a column there. And we just need to get to the spin jump. We can open up this bit here. Because then you jump back up towards this. Once you hit the second P-switch. No, you don't, do you? No, the second P-switch would just go along the bottom. But we need a way to get down to that P-switch once we do the spin jumping over here. So that would mean that we should probably... move a little bit closer in here. Like we want the right side column here and then spin jump towards it. Let's be very, very careful. Just do a little bit of a wraparound on this side. Will I have enough room here? I don't know. Let's do this. Okay, so first thing we do is we spin jump over to the key, then we go to the left to hit the second P-switch afterwards. Oh. Oh yeah, good thing we left enough room there, because I totally didn't account for that. That coming off of the speech. Oh, okay, that's a mistake. Hang on. Give me some... Nope. You see, yeah, we didn't leave ourselves enough headroom to hit either of those. Should have crouch jump into them. And yes, we do in fact need to double layer some things to make sure we don't eliminate everything when we come off of the spin jump. I was actually thinking about the mechanic earlier as well as something that we would potentially have to look for, and let's just leave a second layer for safety. Also here, we'll leave 2 blocks as a 2 blocks as a stack. Just in case, that was the intention. We didn't quite do it, but just in case we hit the bottom one, we still have something to land on. I don't know if that will reach anymore, actually, with difficulty. Anyway, let's go back to create some space. Same idea over here as before, except... You know, I bet we can just go up this way and then spin jump from this point. Maybe that works. Maybe. Okay, have to be very careful here. Nope. And as long as we can get up here, we're out. And, okay, so... Oh yes, we actually have finished all 4 of these then. Let's continue in the other room. Okay, once again... This time it looks like the Goomba is holding the key. P-switch is going to activate the bomb. We need to then make it back up here with the key in tow. This will be interesting. That's okay, we just need to create platforms to jump on. Shouldn't be too bad. As long as we do a spin jump off of it to kill it. Now, the problem though is that... Oh no, it's going to walk back and forth though on a platform, so we'll be okay. I was thinking... What if it walks off? No, it shouldn't. And even if it does, it would die. So, no, it's going to walk back and forth because that's what its movement pattern is. We just need to create that. Doesn't seem too bad. As long as we create a way back up on either side. Okay, next. So, the pipe is going to be the exit, and we're expected to take damage, this time without the P-balloon. This is interesting. So, without the P-balloon, we're supposed to use the spring to create the paths that we need. But then why don't we just create... this way? I guess, yeah, if you jump up towards the P-switch, you just create a bridge. That's that. And I don't see what's so complicated about it. I mean, I wonder if we can just jump like this and then potentially even reclaim the spring. I guess you wouldn't be able to fall towards it, so yeah, that's okay. We'll just take this. Oh, I totally didn't account for that. Yeah, no, we actually do need to, you know, create that passage by jumping up and then creating a bit of space. We totally didn't think that through. Not one bit. Okay, so if those blocks are still topped off there, then we actually need to create a passage here, and we just need to kind of fall in properly. We obviously need to eliminate the bottom, but we should still create some kind of series of steps, I suppose. Or create some series of platforms to jump on. So what we can do... Yeah, so it's not just going to be running straight across, obviously. It would require us to somehow open up a passage without eliminating all the ground underneath us. Now, the way we could do that is by falling in strategically, such that we create some space. Whoop, it's not very good. Basically, we need to do some diagonal drops here that, whoops, give us some tiles to work with. And open up a passage, but still retain some ground. Like that. Like that. Except... okay. And of course we need enough open space to get through the wall here. That actually will suffice, I think. That might be a bit more troublesome. That's okay, we will try it this way. We have to land precisely now, which is never a good thing, but that's okay, we got it. Okay, almost out. Okay, people, and this time we have Podoboos to deal with towards the key, which is interesting, but that's because there's a mushroom that's going to drop down as well. The mushroom is going to float. And we need to create a passage for the mushroom to float towards the key door, I think, because we want to pick it up at the end, maybe. Or do we? Actually, no. We want the mushroom to be halfway. We don't want the mushroom to be available after we hit the first P-switch because we need to get through the Podoboos. And we expect it to be small going out of this then, perhaps? No, actually, when you hit the P, you're going to turn into Big Mario. Then Big Mario hits the Podoboos, turns into small, and then you need the mushroom at the very end. So we create a passage to fall in that way. So the mushroom will have a path to fall down. And we need to make sure that it doesn't bounce in some weird way that sends it backwards or something. Oops. So for example, yeah, that's not great, but we trap it like that. And we create some kind of staircase to come down here. Okay. And we'll eliminate this such that we have a way out afterwards with the key. Now when we get the key, and then perhaps we want a passage coming out this way, unless we want to, you know, dance back and forth over here, which we may or may not want. Yeah, because hit the P-switch, go left, drop through the Podoboos, grab the key, and then maybe we want a more direct passage with the key before the P-switch expires. Well, the way to do that, we don't want to ruin the mushroom path, though, that's the thing, so... do we really need any of this here? No, we don't. Let's make a path going like this. And that might be a little better. Yeah, we leave the little knob up here just to ensure that the mushroom is going where we want. Okay, that's correct. And one more. And that's why there's an empty key death, in case we... oh, actually, no, that's just the ending. Because that was already a safety coin. Okay, number 2 complete. Okay, the adventure continues. Coin stash number 3. And that's why this is an ice level on the map. The bomb is going to blow up the ice on both sides. It's going to give us access to the spring. The spring is going to be down here as our passage up to the pipe. So this is really all about just creating a passage to climb back up. And yeah, we'll just need to do it like this and make sure we give ourselves enough space to work with. Just to make the jumps more relaxed, let me just take that down by another coin. Slightly more relaxed. And the identical setup over here. Barring any unforeseen surprises. Whoops, let's not lose any of that. Let's go through here, and then that's going to be our entry point. And as before, let's do everything. Same structural hub that we see in every level. Easily copied and pasted. Here, we're going to make sure we know what's going on with the mole walking. Because it is going to track us, isn't it? And the key switch... Well, what's it doing? It's going to walk the mole over. We want the mole to walk all the way over to the bottom right because it's going to bump the spring using the Muncher collection. That's what sets the shell. And that's what gives us the exit. So the idea here is to give the mole a passage that gets to the P without running into us. Yeah, because we need to walk it over, but somehow get back to the top layer safely when we do so. So let's think about that for a moment. And we need to do it quickly enough that the mole does not drop off before it has had a chance to walk over, because it needs the P-switch to remain active, obviously. So first of all, since we've eliminated some of this already, I mean, the mole's going to track our position, so we can maybe be relatively safe until we take a wrap around over here. Going around the mole in the Muncher right now is the main thing that I'm kind of thinking about doing. I guess the way that we would do it, we would need to create something to jump on over on this side, like here. And then we let the mole fall into the pit, and then we lead it back over. So that way we can wrap around it. Give ourselves a little bit more room for that jump here. And yeah, let's give ourselves a bit of headroom so it's actually possible to jump around a mole if needed. But we should just be heading around like that. Okay, and then we move it over. There we go. Very nice. Let's go back to the first half of the hub. Okay, now we need to create some kind of maze passage here. The idea is that something needs to land on top of the note block to grab the key. Unless it's just telling me that we land on a central note block to grab the key. Which might be the case. Unless we need to pick up the bomb and throw it to the left. To land on that note block instead. Maybe, because we might actually need the bomb to walk off there by itself so it doesn't ignite. So we need some way to get up to the key door. So the question is, do we hit the on-off switch ourselves? Actually, no, the bomb needs to blow up the ice. That's the thing. It looks like it's stacked on top of something, though. It doesn't look like it's a P-block or anything. Ah, no, I see. It's the one-up mushroom that needs to roll. If the one-up mushroom rolls, then we want it to roll towards the note block on the left. And we want it to do that before the switch has been activated, perhaps? I'm not sure about that, because when the P-switch is active, if it works like everything else did previously, it will activate the bomb. I'm not exactly sure why, because it's sitting on top of a coin, that's why. Yeah, it's actually a coin behind it, not a P-block behind it. So the coin's going to blow it up. It's not going to be within range of the on-off switch. We have to press the on-off switch ourselves manually. So the idea is that we need the one-up mushroom to roll down towards the note block and bounce off into the other note block. So let's create that. And then we need some way to actually get back over here ourselves. That's also going to be using a note block. If we open up this whole passage here. Maybe. Definitely we need to create space over here for the mushroom to go. And we need the mushroom, if it bounces off, to not bounce too high. I actually don't know if it will. Let's eliminate this one here. So mushroom is going to fall in, and we want it to fall down towards the note block, perhaps. I wonder if this will do it. Then here we just create a passage for ourselves. Yeah, because we need to hit this. Will it bounce? Oh, no. Oh, actually, that did work. Except we create a problem for ourselves here, almost. That's okay, we got it. A couple of complications there, but we managed to figure it out. Okay, we probably will die to the timer before sorting out this one. But as you can see, we have Fire Flower in a particular sequence where we'll need to melt some things. We have a sequence of 2 P-switches once again. And we will need the POW in order to get rid of the munchers. Which, I mean, just a standard throw will do. We don't need an up throw necessarily. But obviously P-switch has to precede POW. P-switch on the left has to precede everything else because that is what's going to activate the on-off switch. It's also going to give us an eventual central platform, I guess. Now, the question is when the Fire Flower comes into play. The Fire Flower has to... We have to exit that room with a mushroom intact, which means that we're going to take the Fire Flower to the top right. We use the Fire Flower to melt one ice block. Another thing that might be potentially important here is the fact that the ice coin is also going to be affected by the P-switch. Which means that we have to fall through the ice coin while the P-switch is not active. When we fall through it, we need to land on top of it. P blocks, I guess. No, if the P is active, then the ice coin is an ice block, though, which means that we can kind of spin through it. We would have to spin through it. If we spin through it, then we can land on the blocks that have been activated in the center. The problem, though, is at that point, when do we use the POW? I think we just need to throw the POW before we do that, because we can't spin holding the POW in Maker 2. In that case, the sequence is going to be this. We hit the P-switch on the bottom left. Then we go back up to grab the flower. Then we hit the P-switch on the bottom right. Then we eliminate the ice, fire the POW, and then spin down. In fact, after grabbing this first flower, we'll already have to spin our way across. And doing so will eliminate a lot of stuff. We might even need to leave 2 layers here. That makes sense. So, for example, you did this. Get the P, jump up here, jump up to the left. Use the flower. Flower, spin. When it spins, you're going to eliminate all these platforms. You don't actually need them a second time necessarily. So maybe it's okay if we just eradicate them, but you will need them as a landing maybe the 3rd time. So we create a passage that goes over to the P. We land there safely. We will have eliminated this bit here because we were spinning across, which means we need to land, and then from here we can just go up. I think that's enough room. Then we have to grab the POW, whack the munchers, or rather we have to fire the ice first, then grab the POW, whack the munchers, and then spin on down. So the timing is going to be something we need to sort out here. But I think we have the general idea. Here's the thing, we hit those blocks, and that's a problem. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that by hitting those blocks and eliminating that platform for myself, we couldn't go up as quickly as I needed. So we need a double layer there, just in case, as safety. Okay, but we have the right idea. It would be nice to do it a little more quickly, but... yeah, having a second layer here works. I just didn't account for how the spin jump would also necessarily bump 1 layer of coins. Which means we need to leave a little bit more. Like this. But this is a pretty good setup, I think. Whoop, no, no, no. Hang on. Boosted a little bit too much there. No, you see, that's the thing. You need a straight line there, and we just made a bit of an execution mistake by having a P-balloon rebound. It does need to be a straight line all the way across for the spin jump to activate properly. We have the right idea, just not the right execution. And minor mistakes can be very costly. Okay. This time should be correct, and we are through. Yeah, we had that mapped out quite a while ago. It's just actually doing it took a little bit of work. Okay, people in over here. Let's see. There's a snowball on the top left. We have Spike holding the key. It seems like we need the on-off switch to drop the Spike down below, and we need to roll a snowball down towards him all the way. First P-switch is a center. Interestingly enough, the first P-switch does not hit the on-off switch. You have to hit the on-off switch manually. Do you? There's a one-way panel on it. Oh no, you can go up to the one-way panel by going through the bombs. Basically, the first P-switch will activate the bomb because of the coin tucked behind it. When the first P-switch activates, then it will open up the passage to jump up to the on-off switch. The on-off switch is then going to activate a second P-switch. The reason you need to activate a second P-switch is to sustain enough time to have the snowball get it a spike. Now, the problem with that is that because of the icicle to the left of the door and the fact that you were required to still have a mushroom, once you go to the on-off switch, you can't get back out. So at that point, the snowball already has to be traveling. I think the snowball has to travel first, then you get to the on-off switch and you drop the spike before the snowball has an opportunity to hit. So, which will be a little tricky because snowball is likely going to be quick. What we should do is, first of all, create the passage that will be eventually where the snowball rolls. And then, secondarily, a passage for once we hit the P-switch and move up. So we jump on the P-switch. We then need to get up here. So let's create a little bit of room. Except once you jump on the P-switch, you need to get up there and grab the snowball. And then the idea is that the snowball is only going to be partway over by the time you need the second P-switch to be activated, perhaps. Actually, no. The springs are the key here. You need a snowball to perhaps roll left, right to left. You can even take the snowball with you. Actually, that's the way to do it, is that you go to the left, you carry the snowball, and then you throw the snowball from the top right position, and you do it in such a way that it bounces off the left side. Now, we actually kind of blew this already, I think, because of how we eliminated a few too many coins here. But as long as it bounces off this way, we should be fine. So what happens instead is that we would be in this position, we throw. In fact, we're just going to eliminate all of this stuff. Throw the snowball. Snowball needs to roll down this way. And hit. Currently, after we hit the P-switch, are we able to get up to snowball? Yes, we are. So the idea is that we hit the P-switch, we go up to the snowball, then we drop down to the right and go to the on-off switch holding the snowball. I think we can do it. And then there isn't too much time pressure here. We then just... Here's a problem. I forgot that the on-off switch is actually going to create a... Oh, well, we lost a snowball, so never mind. Yeah, no, I forgot that it actually activates the blue block that's next to the spike as well, which means that at the very last moment, when the snowball is rolling over, we have to hit one more time. But that's all there is to it. That's the only adjustment we need to make, other than, you know, not missing with the snowball. For misjudging the throwing distance. Okay, that's okay. We just need to refine the path a little bit. We have it, we just need to refine it. Once again, we need to make sure that there is a path for the snowball to bounce back. Like that. And a path for it to continue this way. Give ourselves a little bit more room here. Next thing we need to do is create the path to actually grab the snowball and bring it back to the right side. Like maybe this. Then we can roll it without having eliminated anything. I hope I can still get up there. Might have given myself too big a jump here. Okay, we can do this instead. Give ourselves just a little bit more room. And then we kind of have to take the middle passage over. I think that should be correct. So we go for the snowball, then we need to jump back to take the passage over to the bottom on the right. And we have to do a switch activation to get rid of the spike. Okay, so now we throw. We hit once again. There we go. Okay, that's 4 down. Let's do the other half. This one, so we have the on-off switch, which looks like it's going to be an up throw with a snowball. That's the only way I can see us doing it, because it's not going to be any kind of bounce. On-off switch is then going to give us a passageway to go over to the key, then we need to loop back with a key. The icicle is going to sustain a P-switch the second time. So basically when we get the snowball, that's going to give us a continued P-switch after the first activation. So if we hit this... But the icicle might even be the first P-switch, maybe. No, it can't be, because if you're still in the P-balloon, you're not going to grab the snowball. I mean, you could bump it, but you wouldn't really be able to bump it in the correct direction, I think, with the angle that we have. And you would want to pick it up for the up throw anyway. So the first P-switch has to be the one on the left. Then you create platforms that will take us up to the snowball. Then you get the snowball in a position for an up throw. Let's make a little bit of a landing zone here too. Just make sure we still have a platform under the door. Eventually there will be passage with the key where you can land. And let's just be very careful here. We want a passage that will get us across after the up throw. Here, I mean, the thing is you can just jump and up throw, right? Like, you don't really need to do too much over here. Oh, maybe we wanted to get a better jumping position. But yeah, you start with a P-switch, you go towards a snowball. Snowball is going to activate the second P-switch. You go back to the left, and we want probably a better way to fall back down there. Up throw. Go all the way to the right, grab the key, and then loop around to the door. I hope the timing is going to work with this. Let's take a look. So Icicle is going to sustain the other switch. Grab the key. That's pretty simple, actually. Good timing. Quite generous. Okay, Wiggler on top of the Muncher. Pow is going to whack the Muncher, but Yoshi would maybe need to get in position to snag the Wiggler. Like, Yoshi would need to eat the Wiggler at some point, and we need to figure out when. Maybe Yoshi takes some steps going up to the top right, and then we snag the Wiggler and then fall in. When you hit the P-switch initially... no, Yoshi actually has to grab the POW, that's the thing. But if Yoshi grabs the POW, then you can fire the POW with Yoshi and then go to the right and grab the Wiggler as well. So anyway, definitely Yoshi needs to grab the POW, so we'll need to create a passage for that. Let's just eliminate some of this to create headroom. And definitely we'll need maybe a good way to fall out of that here. So Yoshi gets up there, grabs the POW. So you hit the P, jump over, let's make some room. Yeah, we should have made a little bit more room here. Okay. Should be able to do it. Hit the P, go to grab Yoshi, grab the POW, grab the Wiggler, then... the thing is that you do need to land back here with Yoshi, because then you need Yoshi to give you the jump to the pipe. Oh. Okay, that's fine. And at 49 seconds, we will only be able to do an initial read-through of the last room. But let's take a look. So this one has a switch activation of the on-off, which is going to blow up the bomb as well as open up a passage falling down to the key. The P-switch... Yeah, it looks like we need to kind of fall into the P-switch that's in the central pit. And we kind of need to climb back out of it to then manually grab the other P. So we would need to set up a passageway down to the on-off switch and also over to grabbing the P. P-switch is going to blow up the ice, and then we just need to create a loop. I think we take the P-switch with us, then we just activate it whenever we feel like it's about to be necessary. So, let me take a look here. We would definitely want to create a passage that will allow us to come back up out of grabbing the key, because we need a way to get from the key over to the key door. Let's be extra careful that maybe we create a one tile gap here. Then kind of create a one tile gap here so we can just run across it. Maybe. Or, you know, even lop off this corner here so we can actually fall down and jump back up. Thing is, after the on-off switch in the bottom right, we need a way to get across, which means that we will need to cross over. We can be super careful about this, maybe. Yeah, we need to cross over to the top relatively quickly, which... Actually, we just lopped this off completely. And then make sure we just have a passage to land on. I don't know, that's getting riskier and riskier. Yeah, because then you loop around that way. We can probably leave most of these coins intact. Okay, the problem though is that we hadn't thought about, after the first P-switch, we need to climb back up top, which means we do still need to build a bit of a zigzag here. Hit the P-switch, jump out the top, get over to the P-block over here. After the P-block, we fall into... Well, you know what? Let's make a little bit of room, just in case. We actually have some headroom for jumping. Maybe. So we have the on-off switch over here. Once we hit the on-off switch... Again, at any point we need to figure out a good flexible time to activate the next P. We just need to watch the time, I think, after the first P activation. So we know when it's about to be 10 seconds. We, after the on-off switch, open up this passage here. Give ourselves a little bit more headroom for landing. So okay, so now we go middle P-switch, top left P-switch, grab it, go down, hit the on-off, activate the P-switch when it is time to do so, and then loop up to the key and then back. So I have it mapped out, we just need to do it. We need to do it promptly. That's not promptly. Oh, no, and we took damage, which is not good because now we just lose, but let's still do the passage. In a way to show you that we have enough time to get a P-switch over here. We're going to lose because we took an extra point of damage, but... and actually, even with the on-off switch still activated, we still have plenty of time to get back here. So I forgot that we would not be taking the top passage after the P-switch activation. So that's a small adjustment. But one that we can still do. Yeah, because after we take the P-switch, we would actually be going back through the middle passage. So we should plan for that. Whoops, wrong. But we had the right idea, generally. In that case, let's just open this up again. Again, once you hit the middle P-switch, we want to create the zigzag going up like this. We use this twice, that's the most important part. We can't accidentally destroy this. The P-switch, go over to the other P-switch, create a bit of a landing here. create a passage down here. Once again, always leave headroom. And here, on our switch, we surround to the right side. The right side, we create a passage going up. Great. And you know what? We can actually create lots of space here. Make the jumps as gentle as possible. And from here... Oh, we would need to exit out this side, though, so... But that's okay, because we just go back towards the center from this point. So, same idea, we just need to make sure we jump out well enough here that we don't run into trouble. Yeah. Oh, let's grab the P-switch, because that was a near thing. Good thing we reacted quickly there when we saw that the Expire was coming. Because that was nearly a P-switch timing failure. Now that is going to be it for part 3, though. Alright, let's see how much more we can do. Okay, so now we have a ghost house as our theme. And we're going to have a Podoboo that once the P switch is activated is going to activate a bomb. The bomb is going to blow up the ice, the Muncher is going to fall on the P. So the idea is that one P switch sets off a chain reaction for the other P switch. And that's, in the meantime, after the first P switch activation, we have a limited amount of time to go to the on-off switch in the bottom right, and then cross back over. So it's going to create a bit of a cross where we need the off states in order to get back. So we just need to create a staircase from the on switch over the middle. And we can do that. We can in fact just eliminate some of this so we can have a quick fall. Just try to prepare as much of that passage as we can right now. The idea being that when you get over this hump, you can fall immediately. So we need to create the passage that we need to actually climb over the cross. We'll eventually drop it into that P. Dropping on a P, I think there must be something like a semi-solid over the P or something to have a step on a P but still have enough comfortable room to jump back out and do the loop around this side, because we would need to loop around, jump down, and then jump across over here. So from here we need to make sure that we have a clear passage that would allow us to comfortably get back up. Now the way to do that would actually be to leave one series of blocks over here. Just to make things a little smoother, let's just crop this a little bit. So we don't get into any other unforeseen issues. Okay, so now we hit the P, we loop all the way back around to the on-off switch, and then head over across, and then that should be it. That extends the P-switch as expected. And then we're out. Okay, this is going to be a spin jump room, which means that we have to be prepared for the spin jump to break everything. We have to get within range of the icicle in order to drop the P, which means that we have to, after hitting our first P-switch, we start spin jumps on top of the spinies. The spin jumps are going to eliminate blocks, but then we need to basically carve one path that goes across on this side. We need to leave ourselves a bit of headroom. And then we kind of carve a second layer going back to the left, and then we go through the pipe. Also, it looks like the first P-switch will sustain the timing slightly with the spike ball going up to the second P-switch, so that's a very minute little extender off of this twister that will buy us enough time. We can't interact with that at all, it just extends the lifetime of the P-switch, that's all it does. We need passages here to jump on. It's okay we eliminate all the coins over here once we spin jump off the spinies, we would kind of have to in fact. And the rest of it is just doing the back and forth accurately and being able to land. Okay. No, and we have to actually be diligent about hitting every block, otherwise we obstruct ourselves like that. Though, we don't need to feel that rush, we just need to make sure we hit everything to create the whole passage. Okay, let's do this. It's pretty simple, we just need to do it right. Nope. Yeah, you need to control your distance pretty well here because it absolutely has to be something flat. Crossing all the way. And the execution can be fussy if you don't quite know what you're doing. I guess, though, that if you're able to fall into the left, then you can cancel the spin. I wonder if we have enough time to do it. So basically, you try to fall into the left, and then lose the spin. Then go for the icicle on the right. Maybe that's the way to do it. We should try it. We should just hang all the way left in case we're able to do it. And then we don't incur as much risk. The only thing is whether that gives us enough speed to beat the P-switch timer. Yeah, plenty of speed, in fact. That's much better. Okay. We have the P-switch on the left as before. Notice that there's a note block that's over it, which I wonder what that's doing for us. Hopefully it doesn't obstruct the actual activation of the P-switch. I don't remember what the kind of pixel priority is for that. But the idea is that P-switch is going to activate the bomb. Bomb is going to open up the right side for the key, and then we need to make sure we do spin jumps. Oh, I see. Because then how do you get out of a spin jump in this level? Well, one possibility is if the note block on the left side spawns something like an extra mushroom that goes to the right. because then you would be able to take an extra point of damage. That doesn't make sense though, because then you wouldn't. Yeah, because then the idea is that if you are able to take an additional point of damage, then you have to go back to the initial P-switch location to take another hit in order to cancel out of the spin. But we don't know that for a fact, because we just haven't seen that. So we should, first of all, create a passage like this. And then... I'm not sure about that, though, because if you hit the spin on the spinies, you can't really get enough height off of any of the individual spin jumps to actually push yourself back up, right? Like, where would the height be coming from, given that from the spin jump, you don't really, once you start breaking blocks, get to move up very much. Let's get this going first of all, and we'll just have to sort that out. Okay, hit the P-switch, bounce off of that, and then do we get something from the note block? That's about what we're about to find out. You don't. Okay, so yeah, you can actually make a series of one-tile steps going back up, and that's what we should be doing. We need one-tile steps getting onto the blue block. Once you get onto the blue block, then you can cancel out of the spin. That's how to do it. So you are able to do the one-tile step ladder, but you need a one-tile step ladder going all the way to the top. And you can't really skimp on any of that. Let's get over here. Has to be quite exact, I think. Otherwise you just don't leave yourself with enough room. Yeah, it has to be all the way up. Here we can just create the passage this way. Maybe. Just lop some of this off a little bit. And then... yep, just need to have an accurate run up the steps. Oh. We're gonna have... nope. I need to hold into that. We know it's possible to get up there, but... do we need to hold into the jump, perhaps, for just a tiny boost to that bounce? Whoops. Oh, that was unusual. Yeah, this one will be a bit of an execution barrier, perhaps, but we'll make do. We need to leave ourselves just a little bit more headroom, actually, on the first bounce. Okay. Yeah, maybe one additional layer here, just so we don't have ceiling trouble on the first corner. Okay, that actually worked out. You do need to hold jump going into the bounces. It gives you just enough room to go up one tile. Not much to work with, but it works. Okay. Pow is going to take care of the muncher. P-switch extends the P-timer. We need the spring in order to get up to where the muncher is located currently, so we would need to drop it and then jump on top of it to get up to the on-off switch. Once we do get up to the on-off switch, then we need to go back down to grab the spring because we need the spring again in order to get up to pipe. So oops, okay. And we definitely can't go through the bottom passage so much because this won't leave us enough headroom to work with. So we do this. Now, this is also on the assumption that P-switch is going to activate the bomb. So we create a passage up to the POW. Jump up, grab it. Yeah, we hit the P-switch, we get up to the POW, we grab it, we use the POW immediately to get rid of the muncher, we go to the right to grab the spring. Drop it down below. And then we need to make sure we have a passage going back up. That will then allow us to drop in to the other side. Okay, let's see about that. Yeah, this a little bit here, it looks a little awkward, but we'll go with it. Maybe create just a little more room down here. Just to make it a little bit more comfortable. So once we hit the P, we go left. We go POW. Fire the POW, grab the spring. Bottom right, on-off switch, and P-switch. Then grab the spring again to go left. Oh, missed it. Yeah, I missed a P-switch, otherwise that would have continued just fine. We just missed a jump. But that was correct. Now to try to retrace our steps, let's once again create a clear passage. I'll try to improve it a little bit this time. We know that we can just eliminate this, I think, because we fall in after the P-switch. And then we need to jump holding the spring on this side over here, so give ourselves a little bit of room to work with. After this, initially, we up here and open that up. It's a little cleaner all around, actually. This time around. Maybe we'll leave ourselves just a tiny bit more headroom here. And hope we don't regret it. Nope. Okay, as long as we still get the P-switch. Nope, we lost the spring. Yeah, that little whiff on a jumper earlier was enough to create problems. Again, purely an execution issue this time. Okay, let's see what we can do. Same idea, we just need to have cleaner jumps. And open up this passage. Just make sure that we give ourselves nice and easy jumps so we don't need to struggle on them for too long. And I feel like we didn't give ourselves enough space this time to head up to the spring, but yeah, we're gonna have some ceiling trouble there, I think. Oh well. Hit the P switch quickly. Grab this thing. Then we need to just get up here quickly enough to go up, and we're through. Okay, P-Balloon. Spiny hat. Now, I would assume that we use it as a hat to break the ice block on the right side once we have already hit the on-off switch. But in order to hit the on-off switch, we would need to bump it. And there are two ways to do that. But no, we can't do it with the P-Balloon because we need the P-Balloon in order to land on the P-switch on the right side. Begin the whole sequence. Now, landing on the P-switch on the right side creates a passage with blocks for us to run up to the spiny shell. I'm going to grab it. I think what we actually need to do is fire the spiny shell towards the on-off switch and then catch it as a hat. We stand underneath it, perhaps. And when it deflects, we sort of need to jump up towards it. That seems a little bit finicky to me. But anyway, we would need to create a passage going up to it. Because if it deflects off the on-off switch, wouldn't it just cross over the same gap? That's okay as long as we have the spiny hat intact to grab the ice block. Then we use the POW. What's the POW for? The POW must be for entering the door while the P-switch is still active. So the kind of passage we have here is, I think, correct. So we would actually want the shell to deflect off the on-off and deflect left. Perhaps, unless we want to give it a little bit more room to just tighten up the time for it. Oh, I hope we can grab it at this point. That actually is a bit high. We need to create this passage here. Again, give ourselves a bit more headroom. So we hit the P switch. We go left. We first of all make ourselves a little bit more room to go back up. We go towards the spiny hat. We throw the spiny hat right. We catch it as a helmet on the deflection. We go to the right, hit the ice, hit the P. One thing we have not accounted for in this sequence is how we're actually getting to the key. We then have to Yeah, once we get the POW, actually we don't get up to the key door right away. We have to fall in first. The reason we do that is so once we grab the POW, we go around for the key. We just carry the POW with us the whole way, I think, until we can get to the key door. So I think when we fire the spiny shell, it's going to deflect back over here to this gap, and we catch it in that position, not in the right side position. But we will find that out very, very shortly. Oh, come on. Actually, we can do this. And that's okay, because as long as we get here, it's okay that we still have the P-switch available like this. Now we go down to the left and grab the key and get out. So we're fine. That was a little bit miscalculated, but not enough to matter. That's 4 down, so now we do the 4 on this side. Okay. We have... What did the bomb drop on top of it? Must be a coin. I can't see what it's standing on top of right now. It looked like it was a cloud overlapping the P-switch, but I'm not entirely certain. But the bomb is mostly there for the purpose of opening up the ice blocks and giving us access to the key. So when we hit the first P-switch, it's going to blow up the bomb. Then we need to quickly get back over to the second P-switch, grab the key, and then we wrap back around. So this is purely a kind of platform timing thing, I think. So we will, first of all, just try to create a nice clear passage, which will give us somewhere safe to land whenever we can. Oh, not much time to do this one. Now we better lop off the corner here as well, just to give ourselves a little bit more landing room without touching the spike. I'd rather leave that one extra coin in place, just in case. Here, yeah, this is just straight over, and then we need to just create a staircase, essentially, on this side. So, P-switch, jump over to the left. We better make some ceiling space. At the expense of time. Then, yeah, we just need to rush over to the other P-switch and grab the key. I think we can probably do it before checkpoint issues. Oh, no, we totally forgot. Yeah, how did I lose all those coins? Oh, I eliminated way too many coins there. It's too bad. Okay, so that's going to be a bust. We accidentally took off one too many layers up top. I wasn't reading it properly. I was only thinking about the flight passage. That was just a slight mistake. Yeah, we needed to take off the top 2 rows, obviously. Other than that, we would have made it completely. This would have been fine. Yeah, top 2 rows only. And then we make sure we create a passage over here. And I think we should be fine in terms of timing. Just need to make it over to P-switch quickly enough. I forgot to make the stepladder on this side. Whoops. Yeah, we didn't think about the passage going back up. That's okay. Just a minor adjustment. We didn't really think about that the first time either, because I hadn't really mapped out the way back after we had already taken out so many platforms. So we just have to be a bit more careful with creating the stepladder on the left side. We still want a kind of clear passage for falling down. It's just that we need to create... So the central column should still go. But we need to create something to jump on going back up like that. Oops, let's create a tiny bit more space. Yeah, we planned this side perfectly well. Could be further optimized, of course, but won't fuss too much about it. Okay, now we come back up. And next. Okay, so once again we lose the Peeploon in the center. We have Thwomp and Spike. That's interesting. It feels like Thwomp is supposed to push Spike down. But why would that be the case? So we would need the P-switch. Actually, we need a Thwomp to get out of the way. That's what we need. But the way that we get the Thwomp out of the way is to have it on top of the red blocks, perhaps. Actually, yeah, you activate the Thwomp after the on switch has been activated. So P-switch raises the spike ball on the bottom left. Spike ball hits the on-off switch. The on-off switch gives you a Thwomp activation zone. The Thwomp is going to get all the way over to the spike and then push against the top right corner. Now at that point, again, we still need the P-switch to be active all the way until we get over to the pipe. So the question is, the Thwomp plus Spike interaction, what do we do with that? Let's figure this out. Let's open this up first of all. I say we make this a drop. Oops, made a little too much room there. So yeah, after the P-switch has been activated, we want to go up to the top left. But I think in order to do that, we need a little bit more room just for jump height. And then after that, we would need to safely get over to the right side, which means we need to create a little bit extra here. We need to see the Thwomp plus Spike interaction. We haven't seen it yet, and until we do, we're working with a bit of incomplete information. So we get into P-switch. If we get on the left side, let's make just a little bit more room here. And then we activate the Thwomp. Wait, but then what do we do with the Thwomp in this position? Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't have a plan for actually getting rid of the Thwomp. The Thwomp is there. second on-off interaction would kill it in the top right, but that's not what is going on here. And the other thing is that I would assume that, as with everything else that we've seen so far, that we would have the damage check at the end, so we do need to get out of there with the big mushroom intact at the very least. And, Aleki, welcome. If I've pronounced that correctly. Let's take a look here. So, if you've got the push... Ah, no. We need blocks to be there. If the thwomp is in that position, then we hit blocks underneath it, and that's what gets rid of the thwomp. That makes sense. So we actually need to get here with these blocks intact. Thwomp crushes over to the right side, then we hit this. That's how it's going to work. Make ourselves just a little bit more room here, so we can have a nice comfortable jump across. And once you hit the thwomp, then you still need to deal with the P timing to get across. So we'll just once again make a little bit more room. And head left. There we go. Okay. Now, let's take a look here. We have Bone Shell this time. Bone Shell probably has to be sent across all the way to the on-off switch once Tapao has gotten rid of the muncher on the bottom left. The on-off switch would have the secondary effect of bumping the P up to the blaster, which would activate it and sustain the P. So the first P that we step on is still going to be one on the top left. After we step on that, then our next destination should be to go through the... Well, after the on-off switch, though, we need to get up to the key. So we need to think about the order in which the P switches are actually being sustained. When we activate the first P switch, it's going to blow up the bomb that is on the top right. And I think actually the implication is that we have to get into the bone shell. If we get into the bone shell, then we're able to survive through that and then activate the second P. After that point, notice that at the point the on-off switch has not been hit yet, so the POW is still on top of that location. So we need to create a passage. That would allow me to maybe get out of the bone shell and kick it, throw it, but then also activate the POW. Let's see. This is all going to be a little bit time sensitive, I think. Okay, you hit the P first of all. You will eventually need this passage up to the key. I don't think you necessarily need this bit. Hit the first P, you come over to the right. You would then have the ability to grab bone shell. We don't really need this, I think. Now the bone shell we'll eventually want to send down to the bottom right corner, so let's just eliminate a lot of these walls. A lot of these platforms as well. The bone shell will need to hit the... Oh, there's one thing that doesn't work here, which is that... no, you use the bone shell to stomp on the POW. That's what you do. Because the thing is, you cannot have the bone shell loose while the POW is activated. The POW has to get rid of the muncher by being stomped. So the idea is that you ride the bone shell down the conveyor. It's going to land on top of the P, and then you stomp on the POW. At that point, you can get off the bone shell, pick it up, and then throw it to the left, where if it goes left, it's going to go to the on-off switch. Once it gets to the on-off switch, then it's going to drop the player down to the bottom right corner, and from there you go to the key door. That's how it's going to work. So let's see it. Oh, except we need to grab the key at one point. That's the only other thing, is that after we launch the bone shell, we need to get in position to grab the key as soon as the on-off switch activates. So we need to head back towards the top left. Okay. That's a problem actually. P-switch freezing the conveyor. No, that's not a problem because we hit the extra P-switch over here. That activates the P-switch. Grab the key. Now we grab this. And that should be it for number 4. Now, usually this is about as long as we'll be running a stream. We have 2 more levels in this set to go. I'm kind of tempted to see if we can actually cram them, although I do see that there's a pretty long completion time on the best clear on number 6 so far, I think. So we could be here a little bit longer, but because yeah, these are starting to take about, well, a little more time apiece. So we'll see. We'll try to push on. If it looks like this is going slowly, then we'll do 5 and 6 on a different stream. So we have an on-off switch over here that we can just use whenever. Yeah, it looks like the cape whip on the turn blocks is going to be one of the central elements of whatever it is we're doing here. We want to go down to the bottom right. We want to hit the POW. We also want to grab the spring such that we're able to jump up afterwards. Yeah, because once we grab the cape feather, we're actually going to take damage on the P in the bottom room. Because when we do that, we hit the P switch, and it's going to open up everything on the top left. Opening up everything on the top left means that we can drop down to the on-off switch, and then we would wrap around to the second P switch to sustain it. So the idea is then that we would need to maybe float down to the right, grab the spring, float down to the left to hit the P switch. That doesn't give us anywhere near the POW yet, but we'll need the spring, I think, at some point. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Except we'll need to do a little bit of a stomp on the right side to land on the POW. And actually, we haven't really given ourselves enough room to get back up to the muncher, I think. So that's the flaw with how we've done this here. Which is too bad, because we kind of very nearly got this. Oh, we got it. We're still here. And yeah, thank you so much for the GG. And yeah, at this point in the stream, of course, you know, having had some people come in from raid earlier, we do have some people just kind of hanging around and lurking, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so we came in the first room here. Let's do this side first, as usual. So it's going to be spin jumps through the middle this time, and that means that we need to be careful with the way that we're spinning across. We need to make ourselves a little bit of headroom on the way back. And so let's get down here this way. Make some room. Yeah, because we hit the P-switch, we have to run up here, and then we spin jump across. Okay, so we take this. We have to create this corner over here. We might not actually be able to stay past this attempt. We might have to call it today, but we'll make that determination in just a moment. Yeah, because this might be lengthy enough that we'll save it for the next session. Okay, let's dunk the P here. Let's make a little bit more headroom going this way. Just spin across. Oh, that's a mess. As usual. Oh, no, and I shouldn't have jumped there. We could have just gone in the pipe just fine. That's okay. Yeah, I think given the current time of the stream, we are going to call it. We'll, I mean, we're in the super world, so we'll easily continue this next time. And that's what we'll do is we can probably run an additional puzzle stream later in the week. And since we've got ample time to finish parts 5 and 6 of this, then we might be able to tag something in after that. So for now, I think we'll close it off for today. And we'll send you folks somewhere else. So thanks to you so much for joining me for this kind of puzzle double feature, I guess feature and a half, with the Redbeard escape room much earlier, followed by Marco Polo's Coin Stash World today. Would have been nice to do it all in one set, but that's fine. We'll proceed next time and really kind of work through it patiently and have plenty of time to look at it. So we'll send you folks off elsewhere. Thank you once again to Fio2 for the raid much earlier. And we're going to pass on the favor to somebody else. So, until we meet again with a little more Mario Maker later this week, in the final week before we transition to the Nintendo Switch 2, enjoy everything you may be watching, or following, or otherwise making, or preparing for very, very soon. And as always, fare thee well.